Шкварки, да, похоже на шкварки. I have a friend that it's like 10 minutes. She's Argentina and she showed me all around Barcelona for 2 months. Is there alcohol in the drink? Drink analysis is always fun. Not always. Just because I don't like rice. I like all, but I don't like rice and I eat half. I feel drink. Так, все. Last. Yes, sangria. Кто-нибудь зарядился из вас на 100? Сейчас посмотрю, вот этот должен зарядиться был. 77, вот этот 77. Мы, значит, пока с него будем стримить. И тут у меня еще телефон, который полностью в ноль разряжен. Его еще тоже нужно зарядить. Это рис такой, думал, макароны. Нет, это рис. Now we a little bit charge it and go. We go to the bus through. We go travel again. Вот. 2 айфона, а шнурок 1. Ну да. У меня 2 on the bus station. Если обойдутся, то вряд ли обрадуются. Так, нужно понять, где у нас bus station. О, мы в готическом квартале, точно! Так, а где bus station? Нихера себе, мы долго ушли, далеко ушли. Нужно понять, где они останавливаются. Сейчас еще попью водички обычно. Так, это наш чек. Так, это что у нас тут? Всякие штучки. Нужно понять, где у них еще остановка. Мне нужен синий маршрут, да? Так, это такая же, да? Это нам не надо. Эта карта у нас такая же. Hollow Horse. Где мы, нужно узнать. Так, вот здесь порт, да? Готический квартал. Это значит, вот здесь у них остановка. Если вот так развернуть, это прямая. Мы здесь находимся. Синий, вот музей де Палм, университет, вот университет нужно, университет, остановка, университет, Дэйчу. Сейчас, подождите, я пойму, где я нахожусь. У них здесь остановка. Ура! Музей де Палм. Где это такое? Блин. Не пойму, где мы. Так. Вот здесь? Нет. Где это самое длинное? Вот здесь, да? Нет. Ой, Tutor Total, thank you. Это что за 5 USD? Thank you so much. Так. Мне нужен синий. Синий, значит, Декаталина. Лая Декалина. Кстати, если в Испании покупать шмот, сапоги, сумки, то в аэропорту можно получить... Да? Не, я такой не буду получать. Старый город, кстати. Кутваль, это где? Я ничего не понимаю. Сейчас наберу ПЛ, Плак, это вот она. Это нам все равно сюда идти. Понятно, нам нужно все равно обратно возвращаться. Маршрут. Пешком 15 минут. 15 минут пешком идти. Хорошо. Окей. Нам нужно вернуться туда же, где мы и начинали. И мы пойдем по синей линии, по синей ветке, пока не стемнеет, получается. Там 2 часа маршрут, я думаю, что нам хватит. 15 минут идти, все. We're going to площадь Каталина. I go to the toilet. Так, это мне не надо, это мне не надо. Эту, может, возьмем. Desserts? No desserts. I don't deserve desserts. Так как главная стойка путешествия на Твиче, скажи, ты как главная сойка путешествия на Твиче, ты юзаешь местную симку или есть сим переключаешь между операторами? Нет, я просто юзаю одну сим-карту, которая постоянно лагает. Вот. Все. What are you going to visit in Barcelona? Oh, I try visit. Oh. Такс. Все, мы уже этот, кстати, телефон зарядили, мы пока с него будем ставить. Я вас тогда сейчас еще на Streamlabs переключу, чтобы вас не самалось. Так, этот мы зарядим потом, да? Под конец. Кепочку я сейчас не буду одевать, но вроде солнце уже прошло. Все, идем до этой. When I was very young in Spain, I remember to tell says speed and weather was amazing. Да, мы сейчас будем по пути, и если мы по пути найдем, мы купим расческу, да, и ножницы. Все хорошо. Только, правда, зарядка хуёвая и медленно заряжает. Но я думаю, что мы справимся, правда? Зато у меня 2-метровая зарядка. Набрать в магазине и винца бутылочек по 200? Нет, я не хочу пить. Так, всем спасибо за терпение. Мы, может быть, еще найдем эту палку, да? расписание. У меня продается 20. Gracias. Ой, тут, кстати, уже холодно стало. Можно даже курточку одевать. Так, значит, ой. Сейчас посмотрим, куда нам идти. Да, нам туда. Готический квартал. Кстати, я его хотела пройти, и мы, в принципе, пока мы с вами гуляли, я прошла готический квартал. Готический квартал. Кстати, там тоже палки есть.
Extra. Vale, ¿qué? ¿No has plegado todavía? Te va, voy a buscar la furgoneta ahora, chico. Joder, ni nada que estoy.
Mi amor.
El gato.
Ага, я тут. Зачем гриль на балкон покупать, не пойму. Привет, Тедди КБ. Блин, мне холодно, я сейчас одену эту. Я вас на стримлабс перенесла, поэтому мы будем отставать, если что. Так, мы, значит, находимся в готическом квартале. Ух ты. Видите, какой балкон? Ну, прикольно, конечно. А тебе нет гриля в боку лосося жарить? Ну, а я что могу сделать? Когда... Не все ли надо? Не все надо покупать. О, смотрите, где нужно было сидеть. Просто можно было в магазине симпатично с розеткой посидеть. Правда ведь? Ну, там же нету этого. Вот будем знать. Подгрузки. Ну, смотрите, да, сейчас у нас мы не на Wi-Fi, теперь будет все лагать.
Alles schön.
Стало лучше? Можно говорить? Сейчас у вас 5G, 2 палочки. Я, кстати, попробовала в ресторане. Вы же пока отключены были. 5G было 4G. Прикиньте. Надо было стройку поковыряться. Вот, ковырялась. В самом начале стрима. С еды. Ой, смотрите, собака прямо дяденьки спит. Прикольно. Смотрите, какой классный. В айфоне сидит, ковыряется. 2 собаки есть и еду просит. Вообще клевый. Мне прям нравится. Да, говори. Вы что, не заметили суперкорову где? Блин, мне холодно. Почему мне холодно? Все нормальные люди вон ходят вот так, и им не холодно, а мне почему-то холодно. Хотя я выпила вина, это вообще как? У всех лаги, потому что 5G. Я не знаю, что сделать вам. Мы здесь, по-моему, шли, у нас лагало, поэтому это нормально тут. Так, что по поводу сейчас скажете? Ну, у меня все равно 2 палочки 5G. Я напрямую переключилась? Нет, я не переключалась напрямую. У меня уже что-то нога болит правая. Нехорошо.
Anche a sti, la fai via troppo a male.
Стримлапс это же не напрямую. Подождите, у меня же стримлапс идет на тот же, все равно на стрим. Я думала, ты приключил, у нас сразу задержка накопилась. Да, я на стримлапсе. Но это же не напрямую. Напрямую это когда я выключаю свой ОБС и включаю сразу стрим. И мы как бы целый день на стримлапсе были. Дарья, как ты все запомнил? Но задержки не было, только лаги. А еще нету ножиков и гребешек. Кстати, забыла смотреть. Наверное, гребешочки и ножики нужно смотреть в каких-то обычных супермаркетах, да? Я больше запомнила, но Саша удаляет сообщения. Там другие были еще запоминашки. Ой, это хочу сфоткать, подождите. Я просто посмотреть. Hola. Цены нету, видите, они не пишут цены на палки на эти. А потом тебе говорят цену дорогую, и ты потом... Вот. Но здесь хотя бы есть те палки, которые я искала в этом. Гребешки в продуктовом. Мы тогда в Испании купили гребешки в продуктовом, ничего не знаю. Просто когда ты переключаешь стрим-программу, в одной у тебя почти сразу появляется сообщение на экране телефона, а у другой с задержкой, которая еще копится. О. Так интересно, в какой все-таки копится? В стримлапсе или в призме? Красивое здание. Нет, там есть цены в туристическом месте. Вон, мне за 30 евро палку предлагали. Я говорю, что-то дорого. Он говорит, я уступлю. И за 22 мне ее продавал. Но я все равно отказалась. Я говорю, нихуя себе, 2200 рублей за палку. Не хочу. А тут мне Джек говорит, за 150 баксов палка. Я думаю, да ёшкин-матрёшкин. Можно было и ту за 25 брать. Те гребешки в продуктовом мы съели в Баку. Если бы пока... Так, это мне кажется, что пока ничего не понятно. Я думала, что стримлав вступит, а вот сейчас чётенько работает. Вот так. А у меня потому что 5G появился, полные палки. Нужно было споткнуться перед продавцом случайно. Барка Сор. Там сюда нельзя заходить. Мы Ливерпуль поддерживаем.
You have to go on Tuesday morning, 10 o'clock.
Все,
Register,
боки.
and the eye doctor is there.
Ух ты, смотрите, какой дом. Что, горизонт завален, да? Так? Ну, давайте я вас в руках понесу, давайте. Хватит мне филонить. Все. Сейчас я... Секундочку. Не, ну кабель, конечно, жалко, то, что вот этот медленно заряжает, а тот был быстро заряжающий. Правда, тот короткий был, мне не хватало длинного кабеля. Я что-то лоханулась дома, запасной не взяла, думала, такая вот тут. Зачем? Вкусняшки. А вот это, случайно, не оно, он говорил, шоколад? Нет, не оно говорит. Говорил, покупать шоколад нужно. А гамут? Кто? Не он, да? Ядрит, смотри, грандиозно. По-моему, не он, да? What's up, hello? Ты же не планировала лохануться. Как это произошло? Это произошло... А вот какой-то еще. А, нет, это то же самое. Но это не оно вроде. По-моему, там название было другое. Даже не знала, там может быть тот сорт. А, мне показалось, я должна фирму найти, а не сорт. Одежду мы будем смотреть в Мадриде. Я себе что-нибудь куплю. Магазин товаров для девочек, может быть? Вот ты какой-то красивый такой здание. Так, вот она, наши басы, стейшн синие, да? Стоят. Blue Line наша. Уехали. Влезу. Hi, it's Blue Line.
No. Do
No?
you want blue line? Do you have tickets
Yes.
already? Physical ticket
Yes,
or
I
tele-
have.
Okay, blue line is in the other line.
Ага. Туда blue line. Мы его сказали, что должен попробовать шоколад. Смотрите, недорогая одежда. Нет, просто если я тут куплю, ее лишний рюкзак, понимаешь, вот, таскать. Но какую-то фигню нужно купить, знаете, даже если не очень нужная. Ну, какую-нибудь кофточку, футболку просто очередную черную, может быть, очередное черное платье. Ну, просто, знаешь, чтобы, типа, что-то было с Испанией. Я видела легкие прикольные платьишки тут какие-то. Вот. Я хочу что-нибудь просто купить. Ну, как шопоголизм, да, понимаете? Так, вон он стоит. Но не хочу с собой таскать. В принципе, можем в Португалию купить, потому что мне еще потом 2 дня в Португалии быть, таскаться с этими вещами. Носки можно. Да, сомбреро. Купить сомбреро. Ну, в общем, что-нибудь надо купить, ребятки. 62%. Господи, вот он долго заряжается. Я херею. С такой зарядки даже батарея никогда не сдохнет. Знаете, говорят, что от быстрого чарджа там батарейка... Блин, все, мой автобус идет. Батарейка долго это... Ну, быстро как бы умирает, да? Штаны кожаные хочешь? Нет, не хочу. Так, наш все равно этот уехал. Пойдемте послушаем дяденьку, как поет. Там каждые 15 минут автобус, так что через 15 минут следующий будет. Нам еще чек нужно найти, я куда-то вот засунула. Так, значит, нам сюда, да? Вон туда. Нужно чек найти. А с плохим кабелем умирает так же быстро, но медленно. Да, так же быстро, но медленно. Подождите, нужно найти этот чек, да? А, нет, вот он чек. Вот он. Все, не нужно искать. Посмотрим тогда на людей. Ну, нужно придется сейчас еще один кабель, наверное, покупать. Куда деваться? Да что он плачет? Сливочные какие-то. Now we go blue line. потом, может быть, пересядем на Red Line и где-нибудь остановимся. Alessia, I look like a guy on a bus. Advertisement had he been in car accident and had a big belly. Okay, okay. Хэппи. Олеся хэппи. Блин. Я не хочу извиняться за то, что меня бомбило. Не хочу извиняться, потому что меня в любом случае бомбило и будет бомбить. Вот. Но мне жаль, если я кому-то испортила настроение. Вот. Но надеюсь, я вам сейчас его подниму, потому что я сытая. Я с кабелем, у меня заряжается. Немножко, конечно, неприятно, что нет быстрой зарядки. Но это фигня, правда. Вот. О, мой бас. А, это рассинхрон из-за стримлапса. Вон, первые места у нас свободны. Yep. Oop. Hello.
This is the blue line, okay?
Blue line.
Thank you.
Dopey. Мне кажется, это прям мой. Все, I'm happy, double happy. Вкусно. Я даже сейчас, кстати, проверю, работает ли тут эти, потому что там не работает. Ой, сейчас. О, прикиньте, работает. It's work. LoL. Сейчас раз, да, это значит другой автобус, потому что на том не работало. Рассинхрон. Work, it's work, look. Блулайновый, да, другой. Посмотрите, способ зарядить телефон аккумуляторы. Only this. О, а знаете, мы можем что? Мы можем зарядить вот этот, пока едем еще. У меня есть кабель, только нужно найти, подождите. Черный где-то валяется. Вот он. Мы можем им зарядить вот этот пока что. Вот. Ага, хрен уже этот, наверное, зарядит. Ему не хватает. Не знаю. Буду надеяться, что будет заряжать. Вот так вот. Он отломленный? Ой, кстати, нужно найти. Или я много хочу, потому что что-то он хочет. А интернет тоже падать не будет? Ой, я тоже бы хотела, конечно. А вот он надломленный. Ну, я не знаю, может его как-то можно починить? Может кто-то знает, как чинятся такие кабели? Поехали! Поехали! Blue line starting! Когда в Иркутск, Олеся, не знаю? На тебя все пялятся? Да ладно. Штекер новый и припаиваешь. А что старый не подойдет? Он же просто может припаять надо. Конечно, кто-нибудь знает. Тебе скинуть инструкцию? Да. Цель. У меня уже начались лаги. Видите, 5G уже пропадает. Так он же надломленный. Ну хоть что контакты, я же обратно вставила, можно было контактом уже опять соединиться же. В чем проблема-то? Непонятно. Мы можем, в принципе, кстати, на одном из этих автобусов доехать до моего отеля. Нужно посмотреть, где Джек скинул отели. Да там Wi-Fi такой, не боюсь даже подключаться. Там какие-то коды надо вводить. Так, первый за $100, второй $94. Ну нихуя себе, черно дорого как-то. Нужно еще подешевле попробовать найти на букинге. У Олеси в технике живут буликсики. Wi-Fi, I don't know. Maybe it's Wi-Fi don't fast. I don't know. For streaming. Они чек. Ой, что-то девушка там падает. Барселона Wi-Fi есть. Да какой Барселона Wi-Fi или что тут? Этот? Сейчас спид-тестнем. Ну вот видите, оно вот как вход, куда надо, куда-то входить с него. Какой-то хрень нужно водить. Нет, не подключается. Ошибка при открытии страницы. Error, короче. Don't work Wi-Fi there. Тут можно подключить наушники и будет экскурсовод бубнить. В наушниках. No work, yes. Ой, вот это вот мне нравится, да, мы уже здесь проезжали, да? О, вышли. Да не говори, Саш. Тот, конечно, хуй там не мешает. Чуть-чуть. Вот так. Focus to the right. Or what? Да, что-то тут дешевле 100 вообще нету. Я сейчас смотрю это. Ну, эти отельчики. Вот, кстати, с этой стороны очень много хостелов здесь по левой стороне. В принципе, можно прийти в хостел и спросить, есть ли кто у них там. Потому что бывает, что хостелы полупустые. По идее. Если бы там никого не было, потом я остановилась в хостеле. Бывает такое. Я помню, в Москве я раза 2 оставалась в хостелах, где никого не было, и думаю, вообще норм. Олеся, ты мне или нет? Не совсем поняла. Нет, не тебе. Мне кажется, да, народ попросыпался. И пробки увеличились. У меня пока полные палочки. Так, нужно жвачку заживать после вкусной еды. Где моя жвачка? Да что такое жвачка? Сумочка тут, в ней жвачка. Ой, 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 ой. Так, ну что, сейчас. Держите, ребят, палку пока, подождите. Жваль.
¿Cuánto hay que tardaste? ¿Te acuerdas?
Направите ли вы куда-нибудь или посещать другие города? I hope El Tunnel. I hope. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I go another city. Куда ездились? Мы едем по маршруту, который я скинула в телеграм-канал. Вот там последний пост. Мы в начале дня покатались по Red Line, а сейчас мы катаемся по Blue Line. Вот, можешь посмотреть и посмотреть, где мы сейчас побываем. Как всегда, Саш, да. Салатенькая такая. Шалатка такая вкусная. Of course, Madrid, of course. But maybe between Madrid, Barcelona, we visit another city. Maybe 1 or 2. Maybe no, I don't know. Да, походу, Дарья. Мы сейчас на 2 часа. Это получается с пробками, с учетом пробок. Это будет 5, 6, в 7 часов мы только закончим наш трип. Ну и я, наверное, пойду уже домой релаксить. Только я еще не выбрала, где у меня отель будет. Дорого такой автобусный тур по Барселоне. 33 евро стоит. Я сейчас, наверное, посижу, повыбираю эти номерочки. Вас привяжу вот так. Если не будете болтаться, конечно. Сейчас попробую. И повыбираю, пойду номера. Что-то как-то плохо крепится. Да уж, конечно, цинки просто пипец. Просто. Мне такое не нравится. Мне очень не нравятся такие цинки. Ой, держитесь. Что, лагаем, да? Так, сейчас перестану лагать, я закрою букву.
Estamos por ahí, también. Ya no te importa.
Так, я убавила качество до 3000 битрейт. На 1000 поменьше сделала. Будем наблюдать. Привет, Викуша. Вик, я в Испании, и у меня сейчас 5 часов вечера, поэтому я не сплю. Да, Blue Line сейчас очень забитая. И мы продолжаем лагать, да? Да не говори, Кэндис. Ребят, помогите, пожалуйста, 5G отключить в этом айфоне. Я вас умоляю. Ну это же вообще не дело. Ну как мы будем стримить? Как так-то? Не может быть провод. Ну что-то не так, ребят. Явно что-то не так. Что-то не так с интернетом. Он не должен быть такой прям, ну везде, да, хотя бы как-то, знаете, периодически лагал, периодически не лагал. Но тут все время он 5G не до каком-то.
Estamos aquí enfrente de la Sagrada Familia y de sacar las fotos. No nos vamos a bajar de frente de la boleta, no nos vamos a aquí. Y ustedes son los... Ya te hicimos ya dos recorridos nosotros que veníamos. ¿Qué haces ahorita, amor? ¿Amigas? Ah, ya comiste. Ahorita que lleguemos. Ahorita que lleguemos. No.
Otro chico estaba ahí con la policía que le habían sacado su cel. Y otro matrimonio de personas más o menos como nosotros, un matrimonio, buscando un traductor para que hablara con el de la policía.
Есть другой альтернативный вариант. Пожалуйста, не присылайте мне ваши сообщения, когда вы не видите то, что я скинула в ТГ.
Como no te vas a andar en el camioncito todo el día. Ahorita te hablamos y ya pasamos por ti para que salgamos a la policía.
Там галочку, если убрать, мне кажется, то у меня вообще отключится интернет. Я, конечно, попробую сейчас. пока у меня 5G работает, я не буду ничего трогать.
Estamos por aquí, nosotros estamos.
Вот я сейчас выключила галочку. Попробовала туда-сюда поюзать. У меня просто выключился интернет.
Yo voy a comprar una playera, sí. Yo me voy a comprar una playera. Que diga Barcelona. Bueno, ella no me la compra. Bueno, te pregunto que te parece.
Нет, менюшки не стали активными. Как будто бы, знаете, сам оператор запретил там ковыряться.
Pero sí era importante, ¿verdad? Bueno, quién sabe, porque es representativa de esta zona.
Вот сейчас, смотрите, полные палочки. Но почему-то на некоторых улицах они пропадают до 2, и тогда мы начинаем лагать. Сейчас же нормально. Не лагаем. Хотя чуть-чуть все равно опускается до 2500 битрейта. На других айфонах, но нужно туда в сим-карту вставить, чтобы проверить, есть ли там. Потому что у меня оба айфона без сим-карты. Как я могу сотовые данные там чекнуть? На крайняк мы можем в маленький телефон вставить сим-карту. И там проверять. Понятно, Саша. Понятно. Понятно. Так, я, пожалуй, уже курточку надену. Мне останется прохладненько. Так, держитесь. может, после подключения на 4G? Так мы еще не можем найти подключаться где на 4G. У меня отсутствует менюшка в айфоне на переподключение 4G. Не, мне наоборот кажется, что в основном во всех домах большие окна. Прям как двери огромные. Вот это, конечно, есть, но и то даже у него большеватые окна по сравнению с нашими, если взять нашими советскими домами. Ну, на крайняк я сейчас, когда домой сегодня вернусь, после этого автобуса, я переставлю сим-карты дома. И посмотрю, может, в маленьком у меня есть что-нибудь. В маленьком есть, может, менюшка без этого. Вот опять. У меня сейчас упадет. У меня опять 2 палочки. Ой, такую красоту пропустила. Ёшкин-матрёшкин. Ух ты. Вау. У вас, наверное, все этих квадратиков, да? Вау, какой красивый. Это прям целый дворец, и смотрите там. Вот. I'm not going tomorrow to Madrid. Нет, не перезагружала телефон. Но она же, видите, вначале работала нормально, потом плохо, потом нормально. То есть она в каких-то местах и так хорошо работает. Видимо, вот как Сашка говорит, покрытия 5G всего не хватает. Я бы с удовольствием перешла просто на 4G, потому что 4G, оно намного ниже, насколько я понимаю, больше покрытия имеет. Понял, Саш, значит, не заметила. Блин, это тяжелый дом. Вот эти вот маленькие окошки, смотри, на втором этаже, если видно. Потом у меня опять ни хера не видно. если меня может лагать опять. А тут красиво, beautiful view. Но интернета нет. Интернет у нас вот. Вон тоже, смотрите, какие на балконе большие окна. Но это такие входные как бы. Климат тут мне нравится, очень классный. Прям очень уютненько, очень удобненько. Elton and LoL. I don't want nothing. Ты посмотри, что опять одна палочка. Сучий Поттер. Вы почему-то все равно держитесь. У меня 2500-3000 битрейт. Очень странно, что с одной палочкой... О, 4G переключились на одну палочку. Бля, что творит? Hello, Will. Что такое коррида? Я не знаю. Нас ваша палочка не чувствует точно телефон, с которого ты раздаешь. Да, да. Смотрите, вот видите, 4G и больше все палочки пойдет. L for me, LOL. Thank you. GG. Gracias. I try speak English with you. You know English? с животными. Я не знаю, что такое, поэтому не уверена, что я этого хочу. Какой-то, знаете, вот все равно я поездила, очень суетной город. Куда бы мы ни выехали, по главной едем или не по главной, ближе к морю, подальше к морю, от моря. Все время какой-то вот суета, да? Очень тесновато так все. Хоть и красиво, но кажется прям суеты много. Я нигде не хотела поучаствовать. Я хотела поучаствовать в сауне в какой-нибудь, знаете, там погреться. Ой. Протерла вам чуть-чуть. Нет, Дарья, такое тоже неинтересно. Бывают большие города без суеты? Я даже не знаю. Но этот город мне напоминает Италию. Да. Нет, суету я имею в виду слишком много народу на улицах. Слишком много. Не то, что они медленные или быстрые, а почти на каждой улочке, кажется, очень много их. Ой, тоннель заезжаем. Может быть, да, из-за того, что узенько так кажется. Но вообще улочки очень красивые, все такие гармоничные, мне кажется. Именно гармоничные, даже с учетом того, что их много, очень много. Но они как будто бы одна на другую похожи, и все так четенько выстроено. Да, это я при том, что, говорю, приехала еще в сезон не туристический. А у нас и автобусы, вон даже пару раз были полные. Вот, я представляю, что будет тут летом, в туристический сезон, когда именно купаться люди приезжают. Но, если честно, я бы не хотела вот именно в Испанию ездить купаться. Если бы я хотела куда-то отдохнуть, именно покупаться, вот так позагорать, я бы выбрала Таиланд, Доминикану, Мексику. Но вот в такие города я бы не хотела бы. В Барселону точно нет. Может быть, там пригороды будут удачнее. Фламенко хочешь, это танец такой с кастинем, кастинты. Это такой стучащий деревяшка, очень красиво. Нет, не хочу. Мне вот знаешь, что хочется? На Людовика сходить в Баку 22-го. В 17:30 начало будет. Концерт будет оркестровый такой, музыка. Вот туда хочу. Я бы долго так не смог. Все в суете. Один туда, другие сюда. Но справедливости ради, тут и тихие улочки есть, хотя там, говорят, нехорошие люди в темноте прячутся. В общем, мне окраина больше нравится. Мне вот это вот, да. Но, опять же, в Баку я живу на очень суетной улице, и у меня там достаточно уютненько, правда. У меня балкончик уходит такой не прям уже в центр там, да, на эту, а у меня балкончик уходит на вот такой между улочкой. И там достаточно тихо, уютненько, но в то же время ты в центре. Очень прикольно. Женя сказал, что все уже сказали. А что все сказали? Ничего не сказали. А что нужно сделать? В Испании лучшие места – это деревни. Люди там ближе и отзывчивые. Науди хорош, конечно, но он испанец. Опять же, а где кто сказал? Мне никто ничего не говорил. А, там, наверное, написали. Должен быть... А что если галочку снять? Может так, использование видео более высокого качества HD в сетях 5G. Коснись расход данных. Затем выберите разрешать больше данных по 5G. Ожет поможет. Так. Использование видео более высокого качества. Использование видео HD в сетях 5G. Господи, это где искать? Режим модема, сотовая связь, пункт, яркость экрана, библиотека, местный доступ, ожидания, Face ID, контроль, пароль. Вот здесь. Разблокировать фейс-маски, настроить фейс-маски нет. Требования распознания защиты украденного устройства. Непонятно. Включить пароль, смена пароля, голосовой набор, центр уведомления, пункт управления, виджет главного экрана, стирание данных. Блин, не понимаю, где это искать. Спасибо тебе. Там тебе полный путь писали с самого начала, но у тебя нет этих под меню, как ты сказала, другого пока нет совета. Вот откуда начать использование видео более высокого качества и Face ID Time HD в сетях 5G? Коснитесь расход данных. А, расход данных нужно коснуться. Расход данных. Так. А где расход данных вообще? У меня нету расхода данных. Все. Смотрите, какая корона. Сейчас проедем мимо, посмотрим поближе. Прям такая коронная шляпка, да? Цветастая вся такая. А что это за дом, интересно? Пожилой такой. Тышка какой. Симпатично. Ух ты, тоже парк, смотрите, какой симпатичный. Красиво, там так все зелено внутри. Слушайте, а что вы про какой-то еще парк говорите, еще что-то? Его почему-то, его нету в нашем списке, да, или вы хотите, чтобы я вышла и прошлась поближе? Я вот что-то не пойму. Вы говорили, есть 2 главных, очень классных достопримечательности, и мы в них не попали. Это мы мимо них проехали и не попали внутрь, вы имеете в виду? Или мы вообще мимо них не прошли? Tony, I don't visit Madrid yet. Only after 3 days. Парк Гюэль и Саграда вроде по синему маршруту будут. Угу. Значит, мы будем мимо проезжать еще, правильно? А почему мы перестали лагать, я вот не понимаю. Объясните мне, почему лаги перестали быть? Смотрите, там шишечки какие-то на дереве. Первый мы проехали. Сбор с 4 башнями. Но ты тыкалась в телефоне. Я даже вам не показала, или вы лагали просто, потому что... Мне вот очень нравится вот это вот. Сейчас покажу. Это она или не она? Вот это вот. Нет, это не она. Потому что у тебя переключается то на 5G, то на 4G, у тебя стоит переключение на авто. А должно быть выбор, где можно включить только LTE. Ну да, так всегда было. Я помню, мы когда первый раз приехали в какую-то Европу, в какую-то часть, его первый раз в Европу заехали в большую, мы также сначала на 5G порадовались, потом у нас начало лагать, но мы переключились, и у меня все на этом же телефоне было. Мы переключили тогда еще с вами, да, вначале убрали 5G и пошли дальше стримить. У нас не без сюрпризов, конечно, но стрим был более-менее стабильный. Тоже у меня было переключение автоматом, но мы убрали вообще 5G. Да, она. Ну, получается, внутрь я все равно не заходила бы. Она, собор. Булочная, а не собор. Саша, называй все своими именами. Привет, Ингета. А вот это прям жилые дома, прям настоящие, да? Это что за здание было? Красивое такое. Там тоже парк такой внизу был прикольный. А это что забыла, что ли? Вау. Прикиньте, булочная и такой современный дом рядом стоит. Слушайте, а вот интересно, правда, сколько тут квартиры стоит? Реально 300 тысяч вот такие квартиры? Ой-ой-ой-ой, нос сейчас же отрубим тебя. Не, я все равно внутрь не пойду собора, я бы вокруг походила бы. Да снимите уже трубку. А кто звонит? Непонятно. Блин, красивые дома. Ух ты! Какое зеленое здание. До сих пор не достроили. Кстати, да, я видела, там вверху работает это, ну, строят. А что там такого сложного? Интересно. А как тебе, когда окна выходят на другой от дома? Парень мне такой, это не очень мне нравится. Такой, нет, такой не нравится. Вот так вот не нравится. Мне нравится вот на улицу, когда выходит. Почему 5G полный? Ничего не понятно. Они просто никуда не торопятся. Понятно. Деньги гребут лопатой и строят себе, типа...
Devi dire tu a quello, ma io non farò più niente. Io? Ma non lo dirò proprio mai. La dottoressa ti vuole parlare. La responsabile, tu sei la responsabile.
Ух ты! Смотрите, какая необычная металлическая арка.
Come? Да?
А это кто? Старая, кажется, да, историческая прям. Ой, здесь, наверное, ножницы можно купить. Смотрите.
capito proprio niente. Tu non hai capito proprio niente.
No?
Proprio no. La prendo e me ne vado. Tu ti impegni che non prendi. Specialmente se ti devi.
Это уже другой автобус вообще. Прикольненький такой заборчик между домами. Вот здесь они, главное, вместе сделаны, а там не сделаны вместе. Там вообще окна, видели? Ну да, мне кажется, через прям буквально полчасика уже солнышко не будет светить. Красивый домик. Ой, какой старенький. Там кто-то живет. Привет, Сережа. Да, автобус пошипит. Значит, птички, Саша. Я до 21-го в Испании. Успел на стрим, который идет 7 часов. Молодец. Мне кажется, на стрим все могут успеть в таком случае. Я не пойму, кто плюнул вот это вот, кто сделал вот это вот. Вот смотрите, как тут уютненько, да? Там прям такой вход, кажется, и там... Ой, что это такое прям красиво там? Там. И такое прям... Тут жить прям, наверное, очень спокойно. Да, обманули, нет у них фанта. цветочки какие. Ой, кошка морозка. Спасибо. Спасибо за рейд, спасибо. Не побачила. Сейчас хоп и начнем лагать специально. Ой, тут какой-то парк. Спасибо, ребят, что вы так мило приветствуете. Олеся, привет. Продолжаю завидовать тебе реализацию. Ты в Барселоне. Привет, спасибо. Я тоже немножко себе завидую. Так, сейчас выключу на звук на тебя, будешь писать мне во время стрима. Ой, и Женя уже написал. Все, это мы пытаемся решить мне 5G проблему. Дополнительно. Дополнительно. Сотовая связь дополнительно. О, а вот в дополнительных и есть, да, прикиньте. Все, порешали. Скажи спасибо огромное. Скажем всем спасибо огромное Жене, Джеку за то, что он узнал у Жени. Вот. Все, я нашла. Все, эта менюшка появилась. Прям, Джек, вот прям как ты нарисовал, вот там появилась. Спасибо вам, ребятки, что вот так подсуетились. Но пока 5G работает, мы не выключим, да? 5G вот пока полная. Будет лагать, мы выключим. Давайте пока 4000 битрейт поставлю. Будем провоцировать на лаге. Теперь я смогу на 4G перейти. Спасибо большое. Спасибо. Покажи, стоп. Сейчас покажу. Вот. Видите, вот это D дополнительный. То есть у меня здесь вот менюшка вверху раз-два. А вот здесь был D дополнительный, включенный. И вот в этой менюшке было. Ты же издеваешься, я же просила нажать дополнительно. Ты говоришь, там ничего нет. Но я нажала в дополнительные в сотовые данные, а не там. Нужно было уточнять. Ух ты, это что за большая улица такая? Все. Так скажите, когда начнет лагать, хорошо?
This is the stop of Football Club Barcelona. If you're gonna go there, you have to get off here. Thank you. Parada Fútbol Club Barcelona. Si quieren ir al estadio, tienen que bajar aquí. Gracias.
Клуб Барселона тут. Нет, мы Ливерпуль болеем. Сорян, мы за Ливерпуль. Барселона это хорошо, но Ливерпуль лучше. Да что-то странно Новокаин, да? Джек, спасибо, что подсуетился, правда. Саша, молодец. Так его. Давайте отчехвостим.
Что делаю?
Какие, смотрите, дома симпатичные. Прям целый комплекс черный такой, да? Стеклянный. О, это что, мандарины на дереве, смотрите. Мандариновые деревья. Что, Сережа ведет себя прилично на том стриме, да? Я думала, это они набрали каких-то вещей и стоят, сейчас поедут. Starbucks, Макдональдс. Где хочешь, там и ты. Еще 1 минута Бургер Кинг. Я уже думала насчет квартиры тут, но вы знаете, если только ради бизнеса, то есть, знаете, вот сдать квартиру, потому что, прикиньте, сутки тут стоит, сколько, 100 долларов, блин, сутки. Это же сколько тут квартир в аренду сдачу стоит. Вот, я подумала, что если вот жить тут дорого, а вот сдавать тут жилье, можно на этом даже заработать, мне кажется. Ну, видите, тут, я думаю, что квартиры, соответственно, очень дорогие. То есть ты уже за 70 тысяч долларов, там максимум за 100, как я рассчитывала, да, в каком-то Пхукете купить. Не, нетушки. В Испании действует окупас. 2 дня живут, и их больше не выселяешь по испанским законам. Как понять, их больше не выселяешь? Кстати, Ксюша в прошлую субботу спрашивала про тебя. Ты сейчас тут переехал? А ты что думаешь, Сережа? Почему она у тебя спрашивала? Yes, honey, of course. Красивая большая улицка. Да, тут тур на автобусе 2 часа. Странные, конечно, законы про 2 дня. Мне кажется, там есть какие-то условия все-таки. А не просто ты, если живешь 2 дня, то тебя не имеют права выселить. казалось, это метро, это эти трамвайчики, да. Смотрите, какая-то симпатичная кафешечка в 2 этажа. Условия. Пустующее жилье занять может любой, а выселить только по суду. Практически нереально условия. Пустующее жилье, в смысле, если ты просто, у тебя, например, 2 квартиры, и 1 квартиру ты не сдаешь, и никто там не живет, то если туда кто-то заселяется, выламывает твою дверь, 2 человека там начинают жить,
If you want
что?
to change to the red line, you have to get off at this stop. Si vous voulez changer à la ligne rouge, il faut descendre à cette arête. Si quieren ir a la línea roja, tienen que bajar en esta parada. Thank you.
Если пицца надкусилась с прилавка, то тебе придется ее съесть, и никто не вправе запретить такие законы. О, так мне нравятся законы. Ой, подождите, мы приехали? Ой, подождите. Ой, подождите, ну все, закончили? Ой-ой-ой-ой. Да ладно? Подождите, ребята. Это не наша площадь, нет. Подождите. У нас другая была площадь. Хотя нет, вот медиамаркет. Я не понимаю, где мы. Нет, это не тот, нам еще ехать. Каталонский, вот он. Блин, я чуть не пересела. Я думаю, что это какая-то не такая площадь. Напугали меня. Ну да, я просто подумала, ну там же тоже пересадка на красную линию. Я думала, что-то вроде круглое, такое же похожее. Вот. И чуть не пересела. То есть не пересесть, я просто хотела выйти. Так, в принципе, мы сейчас должны не найти жилье. Я сейчас попробую опять. У нас тогда сильно лагало, я не могла смотреть на букинги. А сейчас я пойду чекать букинг. Вдруг нам этот автобус как раз нас до места назначения довезет. Так, я вас прицеплю, пока вы здесь. Крутить камеркой не буду. Так, держитесь крепко. Не крепко держитесь. Короче, не держитесь вы нифига. Или не хотите, или я такая криворукая. что не получается его закрепить.
Está perguntando o Marco, se mañana es la rigor. Como conseguiu o número lá na polícia.
Cuando me habló, le hablaste cuando me hablaba, yo le hablé.
Все-таки думаю, может рассмотреть хостел хотя бы в женской комнате.
Tú le hablaste de tu teléfono
Ой.
a Diana.
Да что такое? Так, что вы не держитесь? Я еще думаю, нужно смотреть, наверное, поближе к этой. А что она не раскрутилась?
¿Dónde crees que yo
Ну блин. Ой, все, простите. Голова, знаю, что у вас закружилась. Сережа, спасибо тебе за подписочку. 3-го уровня, 70 месяцев. Красивое здание такое. Нужно найти, где тут станция. Станция, чтобы на поезде уехать. Там хостелы бывают совместные, там все совместные хостелы, но есть и женские, но они в 2 раза дороже стоят. $66 стоит, например. Я вот сейчас посмотрела женский, а $33 совместный.
enormous amount of time. How do we do that? Let me move this back into the tray. Your hands are the most beautiful instruments that you could possibly imagine. So I like to place it on the breadcrumbs, but I like to do two things. First, I like to brush it with a little bit of olive oil. Extra virgin olive oil will do well. It's additional flavor in this case. And here we go with, this is not from Palermo. This technique that I'm using right now, I learned it barbecuing here in the United States. It's a layering of several flavors. We have onion powder, garlic powder, paprika. I put on this one a little bit of cayenne, salt, pepper, and brown sugar. Now, we'll go to the other side as well. Use your hands like this and make sure that everything is covered all the way through. And you see from a small piece of meat how much bigger this piece already is. I think that one of the techniques was designed in the old days just to render this look of something big from something small. Now you can do this ahead of time, but don't let this one sit in the refrigerator. Once you put the breading, the panè, like we say at Palermo, the next thing that you want to do is to cook it. Let me show you how to do that. Now, the one thing that you want to make sure is shake off some of the excess, and then very attentively, when you put this baby in, we start at the bottom, we go all the way to the end, and then you let go. You want to cook this for just a couple of minutes per side, because this thing at this point, we've taken it down from almost an inch of thickness to roughly about a quarter of an inch, maybe at most a half of an inch. What you will notice also is that as the pork chop is cooking, it's shrinking a little bit in size. Is that a problem? No. What's happening is basically trying to retain as much as possible of its own juices on the inside. As it does that, is starting to provide a crust on the other side. Let's take a look and see how the crust is doing for us. Guarda che bellezza. This is exactly what we're looking for. And at this point, you want to continue the cooking until the other side looks exactly like this. One of the things that might be challenging for some of you is the bone. So what I want to show people is, when it gets to this point, the natural juices are trying to escape through the bone joint. So what I like to do is brown them like that. Look at this. So you just need a few minutes per side. When I do this for myself, I don't do any more than 2-3 minutes per side, depending on the thickness of it. So let's put this one aside now. And let me show you to make the sauce. So in this particular case, we start the same way in which we started all our other recipe. Nice thick garlic added to it. What this garlic will do for us, it will give us this wonderful rendition of joy. Garlic, joy. Is it possible? Well, in my world, it is. Now, this is a little trick that I love. I started the oil in the pan, but the oil was cold. So I want to add the garlic while the oil is cold. Why? Biggest mistake that people make. In every recipe that I've ever seen that they use the garlic wrong is to burn the garlic. You burn the garlic, it's over. So by doing it this way, you're able to maintain the temperature that you want to get to and the garlic cooking in a uniform way. Plus, you don't burn the garlic because you have the ability to control it. And right here is where we're at. This is the point where the garlic is doing its thing. We're going to lower the heat a little bit down. And at this point, we add red pepper flakes. We have fresh oregano. And if you never tried fresh oregano before, you should. To the fresh oregano, we add some basil and some parsley. Why are we making this infusion? Why is that important? What's it doing for us? We got to continue with some of the other flavoring. A little bit of salt to go at the bottom of it, and a little bit of pepper. But the most surprising thing is about to come now. Now, this is not a Sicilian thing. This is something that I've been experimenting with a great deal, and my belief in the yin and yang of things. A little bit of brown sugar, and when I say a little bit, I'm talking a pinch. If you really want to go into measure, you don't want to do any more than 1/8 of a spoon. The garlic is perfectly browning for us the way that we want it. And here we go now with the other ingredient. This you're going to love. This is peeled tomatoes, which we strain and chop. This is every Sunday at home, you know, to hear my mom and my dad talking about what they're making, to hear the words, let's make some pizzaiola, immediately would be super happy. At this point, we add in some of the reserved juice from the peeled tomatoes. Make sure that you do reserve them because they're very important for us in making the sauce. And it's at this point that we lower the heat down to medium-low and we let this sauce come together on its own. My memories. You know, as you become an adult, I think that your memories become even better what truly did happen. But this was for me something that defined the moment of Sunday at the house. The pasta, the pizzaiola, the potatoes would come out, and mom and dad telling their stories, and me being a child looking forward to every Sunday at home knowing that something special would take place. At this point, I like to taste. Now, I use this technique because my finger is much stronger than my lips. It allows me to control the drip of the sauce from the back of the spoon, and the flavor is so good I'm hardly able to talk. But the sauce is ready. Now, the last thing that we need to do in this is to let the pork chop basically braise into the sauce. We're gonna have it on a medium-low heat, and we're gonna let this cook into the sauce until it cooks all the way through. All right, let's be clear about something. How long does it take? Because don't you hate it when people tell you, hey, you cook it until it's ready. When is it ready? So usually for something of this size, this was about a 3/4 inch pork chop that I got. We pounded it down to a 1/4 inch. I cooked it about 2.5 minutes on each side, frying it. And here in the sauce, I like to keep it into the sauce for another 4 to 5 minutes. And that should take care of completely cooking it through. Remember, the thing that's most important, you do not want to use high heat. This is a soft braising process that gives you the yield that you're looking for. We let this baby go for a few minutes. I can feel from the touch that she's ready to go, so let me show you how to plate it. It's gonna be fantastic. There are many dishes that define who we are in life, that define us for the past that we come from. I think that we feel the past first and foremost with our mind, with our memories, and with our taste. This pork chop pizzaiola reminds me of a table full of family, my mom, my dad. Even though they're on the other side, and I'm sure they're cooking for just about every angel in the sky, this to me is one of those dishes that defines my growth, from a young boy to a young man, and from a young man to a mature one that really knows how to cook. And this, well, this is how you make pork chop pizzaiola. Pasta on Sunday is a must. Even if it's just my wife and I, even if we don't have people coming to the house, it doesn't matter. It feels right that Sunday exists. Sunday is a very special day for me because it reminds me of this unified family day that stays with you, even when you become an adult. I don't know what part of the world you're in, but if you're Italian, come Sunday, that is a pasta day. I cannot recall a dinner at my house on Sunday where pasta wasn't part of the menu. This particular pasta is called aglio e olio, two Sicilian words. Aglio, which means garlic, olio, which means olive oil. By the way, if it's a Sicilian saying olio, you know it's going to be extra virgin olive oil. So this is the kind of recipe for which you want to use your best quality of extra virgin olive oil because the olive oil truly becomes the sauce. But I think I'm talking too much. Let me show you how to make it. Dealing with garlic. Let me say something. Burnt garlic is not fun. No matter how much you love garlic. So what we're trying to do in this particular recipe is to make sure that the garlic and the oil become one. Why did I cut the garlic so thick? What is the point? Most people like to cut it very, very thin. I like for the garlic to brown on the outside, and given the fact that we're going to cook this on medium-low heat, we want for the garlic to cook all the way through. But at the same time, the garlic is going to infuse the oil with its own flavor, but it's not going to be alone. The next thing that we're going to do is add red pepper flakes. This is good enough just to give a hint of spice. Now, what you can see is that the garlic is starting to really pop in here, but it's not cooked all the way yet. We're gonna need several minutes to do that. And even though I'm cooking on medium-low, the amount of heat being reserved in the pan from the fact that I heated up this pan on high heat is still present. But what we're trying to do right now for the garlic in a certain way is to fry it and braise it at the same time. Why braising it? In this particular case, the garlic is as important as a piece of meat. As a matter of fact, in this particular case, the garlic substitutes the protein. If you look at the historical content of this particular dish, it's a dish that was prevalent famous amongst the farmers. It's a dish uniquely made by poor people that cannot afford expensive ingredients. And yet, as all the dishes which are part of what we call the cucina povera means poor man cooking, are by far, in my opinion, the most relevant dishes in the Italian cuisine. One of the things that you're noticing is how the color is changing slowly. And the reason why it's changing slowly is because I keep turning it around, making sure that the garlic doesn't stand still in the same spot. What you want to have when this is done is almost like little candies. You bite into it, there will be the crust of the garlic on the outside. They will be somewhat resilient. But as you push with your molar all the way through, a cream-like will splash all around your tongue, giving you this wonderful sensation of joy. Yeah, to me, garlic is joy. But the fact that this garlic will accompany my favorite pasta, it's even better. You can see that now most of the pieces of garlic are picking up the browning that we want to. It is at this point that I don't mind glazing it with additional flavors. Sea salt, first and foremost. And a little bit of pepper. Shake it so that it goes all over the pan. You also have to realize that right now, in spite of the fact that you're not seeing this, there is an enormous amount of flavor that's taking place here inside the oil. The oil, right now, is the sauce. This oil will basically shape the way in which the pasta will taste. So the salt and the pepper are the two basic things that we want to have in there, but the juices that have leaked out of the garlic are now present. We now have the perfect color. Watch what we're doing next. We're going to add chopped parsley. The parsley will fry in it. By the way, to make this even more interesting when you do this at home, you can do a parsley. You can do a mixture of parsley and mint. Mint is fabulous. Also use basil. At this point is your fantasy. What you choose to do, it's the way to do it. The garlic is perfectly cooked. It's picked up a gorgeous browning. And remember, brown is good, black is not. I love the color black. You can see it from my shirt as well, but does not do well with garlic. Now, we're gonna go with our pasta. Pasta is cooked al dente. What does it mean? The pasta is slightly undercooked. Why? I want two things. I want for all the flavors to penetrate the pasta completely. And the oil right now is toasting the pasta. At this point, I lowered it down to low. I'm gonna crank it back up to medium high, and I want to see a little bit of toasting taking place with this pasta. This is the element that a lot of people miss. They simply put it into the oil, they give it a couple of flips. I mean, you don't need to do what I'm about to do. But there's the difference between good and great. Let me show you how to make it great. This dish, as I mentioned before, is a dish that's mostly done by people who have no means, or very little means. So every element that comes into is imbued with enormous flavor. The enormous flavor already put in by the garlic is evident. But what you don't know yet is that what we're going to add now is Italian-style breadcrumbs, which I have previously toasted. Why are we doing this? What's the importance? What's the difference? Watch the pan and look what happens. Now, these breadcrumbs are doing two things. They're absorbing the additional oil that's left in the pan, which is the sauce, and they're sticking themselves as a secondary coating to the pasta. Why is this important? You don't just have pasta at this point. You have several coatings, meaning that every bite that you take in, there will be the garlic, there will be the parsley, there will be the pasta. And then there's one more ingredient that I'm going to add in just a moment. The pasta has gotten us exactly where we want to go. Turn off the heat completely at this point. It is at this point that we go with cheese. Now, Traditional cheese is pecorino, which in the United States, very similar cheese you find, pecorino romano, but I believe that the Sicilian pecorino is even better. Ladies and gentlemen, the pasta's gotten exactly the look that I wanted to give it to it, and now we're ready to plate it. Let me show you. This pasta is more than a plate of pasta to me. This pasta is a very vivid memory of my youth. This pasta made me. I fell in love with pasta, I think, the first time that I had aglio e olio. I can recall it, how my father used to make, how my mom used to make it, and the way in which I evolved my own style in making it. I think that this is a recipe that tells a family story, the story of my family. So, next Sunday, when you're wondering what to do, keep this in mind. How about making some pasta aglio e olio? And this is how you make pasta aglio e olio. But what I remember is walking in from church, opening the door, walking into the house, and just smelled that aroma. And I knew that paradise was waiting for me. Sunday's paradise. Il mangiare della domenica è perfetto, which translated in English means whatever you eat on Sunday is perfect. Well, especially if you're at my house. What a wonderful day. Follow me into my kitchen. Today, we're going to make swordfish agrodolce, sweet and sour. For all of you out there who are married, I will show you a way to get out of the doghouse. Scallops with red peppers and zucchini sauce. And we end with, this is your lucky day. I'm going to show you how to make sauté calamari with garbanzo beans. And I will share a story about me, Sicily, and the sea. Come for the recipes. Stay for the story. There's a connection between the ocean and us Sicilians. Sicily was always a very active port. And one of the most interesting things about Sicily is in respect of the fact that we are so proud to be so unique and so Sicilians. We are a mix of just about everything. French, Spanish, Arabs, all the invasions that came through not only brought a change in our political system, but even more importantly, they brought a change in the way we eat. Today I want to share with you one of my favorite recipes from my youth. Swordfish agrodolce, sweet and sour. Let me show you. Pesce spada in agrodolce. It's a mouthful, isn't it? This is swordfish, sweet and sour, Sicilian style, specifically from the town of Palermo. They make a version in the town of Messina, but they're not as good. What can you do? They're not from Palermo. Let me show you how to make it. It starts with a very easy, simple sauce. We have some olive oil in here getting nice and hot. To this, we're going to add the most important addition, which is a little bit of red pepper flakes, because if you're from Palermo, you do like your food spicy. And then garlic. The garlic, as you can see, is cut thick. Why? This is going to be a sauce that will cook for a certain period of time. When the garlic is nice and thick like this, in spite of the fact that it will brown on the outside, it still stays somewhat raw on the inside. What I want to do is like braise the sauce for a while, is for this garlic to completely almost melt inside. Not inside the sauce, but melts into your mouth. As the garlic is starting to jump, we're going to add the other ingredients. Onions. You can use white onions if you want. I like red onions just because they remind me of Sicily. The flavor is slightly more piquant, if I can use a French word, in spite of the fact that we're talking about a Sicilian recipe. We're cooking this on medium heat, and the medium heat part is very important. You do not want to burn this dish. A lot of people, one of the mistakes that they make is they cook with a heat that's too high. When the heat is too high, you turn your food into burnt charcoal briquettes. Don't want to do this when you're dealing with onions. So in this particular case, we just want them to soften up. They're getting right to the point that we want. This is fresh fennel. What I like about the fennel is the freshness that it brings into the sauce. It stays crisp, it's full of water. So as you bite into it, there is this wonderful difference between the softness of the sauce and the crispiness that it has. And it's also very fresh, refreshing. It has this wonderful licorice-like essence. The flavoring of this is unique, but wait a minute, it's not over. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to add some beautiful sultan raisins, yellow in color. What we have done with those raisins before you use them for the cooking, and this is very important, you want to put this dry raisins into a bowl of hot water and let it sit there for about 20 minutes. It will revive the raisins. If you put them straight out of the box in here, the raisins will still taste good, but it will be very dry and it will be very chewy. Now we go with the other mysterious ingredient, which is the pine nuts that makes it so Palermo style. And together with the pine nuts, we go with 2 herbs. Basil, which you know is something that Sicilians do love. But even more interesting is mint. And this mint is a combination that together with the fresh fennel really takes it to the next level. But there is a secret now. This is the latest discovery, an addition that I refer to as the yin and yang. In the old days, it used to be done with plain sugar, white sugar. On the other hand, lately I've discovered the joy of brown sugar, and I love the fact that brown sugar has also molasses attached to it. So we're putting a little bit of brown sugar into the mix, and together with the brown sugar, and this is extremely important, white vinegar. This is the most important part of the recipe because as the sugar melts and it starts to coat all the ingredients in the pan, it reacts with the vinegar. As it reacts with the vinegar, it creates already a base for the sweet and sour. Now, we're just about where we want to be. It is at this point that we want to deglaze the ingredients in the pan with a little bit of white wine. You can use any wine that you like. Chardonnay will be wonderful. This is the kind of sauce that can take the wonderful body. Now, what I'm doing, I'm reducing the wine, and as I'm reducing the wine, I'm reintroducing into the sauce the brown bits that have leaked. Those are juices that have leaked from all these ingredients, gone to the bottom of the pan, reduced because of the heat there, and basically become little pellets of flavor. At this point, just to establish the yin and yang, I like to put a little bit of sea salt. Just a mild brush because I don't like to adjust for salt until the end. And I'm going to wait a couple of moments until the wine is almost completely evaporated. The next thing I'm about to add is Italian pelati. What is pelati? I mean, really, the word pelati by itself makes people go like this. It's peeled tomatoes. What we've done, we have peeled tomatoes. If you can get them from Italy, fantastic. If not, the product that we have here in the United States is just wonderful as well. But there's something about Italian peeled tomatoes that just brings it to the next element. These are some of the juices from the strained tomatoes, and I want to add them back into the sauce because it will give us the character that we're looking for. You want to reduce the heat down to a slow simmer. Now, let me move this pan aside. Let's prep the fish. Palermo style swordfish. What is it that makes it so unique? What is it that makes it so different? Let me show you exactly what I mean. This is a piece of swordfish. What I've done with this piece of swordfish, I have cut the eye of the loin. You can cut it this thick. This thick gives you a lot of protection because we're going to have this bracing into the sauce, and by the time you take it out, it's going to be delicious. So, how do we make it Palermo style, and what is Palermo style? It all starts with the olive oil. So, the best thing that you want to do, first and foremost, is to actually brush the fish with some olive oil. Now, once you've done this, there is the most important addition of flavor. This is a technique also that is not Sicilian at all. I've learned here in the United States, and I'm using a rub that I designed that has an equal part of wonderful spices on the inside. Black pepper, salt, onion powder, garlic powder, paprika, and brown sugar. Here we go now on the other side. Why am I brushing it with olive oil? People say, you're not cooking it as of yet. The olive oil allows for the spices to stick right on them. This that I'm doing for you right now, this is not the traditional Palermo style. What I'm about to do next is, now, watch this. We are going to put this into Italian-style breadcrumbs. And what I do, watch how my hands are quite gentle. This piece of fish is like the fillet of the best of the best of the best. You don't want to ruin it. You just simply want to coat it all with a very thin coating of these breadcrumbs. Now, once you've done this, especially if you're dealing with raw fish, the next thing that you need to do is to wash your hands. The filet is ready. The only thing I have to do is cook it. Let me show you how. Now, ask another person, they'll tell you, you should use canola, you should use corn oil. And by the way, both canola and corn oil are some of the oils, vegetable oils that they use in Italy for frying on high heat. For whatever reason, I don't know what happened, I'm not particularly fascinated by the aroma of either of these two oils. So the product that I use is an extra light olive oil. The oil is nice and hot, extremely attentive now. Now just let the fish cook. I'm gonna lower the heat to medium-high, and that's all that we want to do. We want to get the perfect crust. Now, let me show you to turn this fish. You put the spatula underneath, and you want to have another instrument that helps you in the turn. And there you are. Look at how beautifully all the edges have seared. This technique of using these two instruments will make your life easy. You know that I'm happy when I'm doing this. Why? First, I cannot dance. You ask my wife, she'll tell you I'm ridiculous as a dancer. But I know for a fact that the fish is perfectly cooked, is exactly where I want it to go. We have the perfect crusting with all the ingredients and all the spices on the top. So this is a most important step for us. First, we move the sauce back into position. And then using the same technique I showed you before, we take the fish, we reinsert into the sauce, and now we're going to let the fish simmer into the sauce for about 4 to 5 minutes. The fish is looking great, the sauce has reduced perfect, and now we're ready to plate. Sauce is the essence of the city of Palermo. I love the way she looks, I love the aroma. I'm taking extra time here because she's so beautiful. What I like to do is to put the sauce at the bottom of the dish, exactly like this, and to sit the fish right on top. Exactly like that. Now, at this point, we'd actually be ready, but there is one last thing that I like to do. And it's extra virgin olive oil of the highest quality that you can get, to just put it all the way around, exactly like that. With the first bite, you will be overtaken by how great the fish tastes, and then the sauce will come at you with all these different elements. Freshness that explodes into your mouth, and it's at the moment that you realize, mamma mia, what a beautiful place the city of Palermo is. And this is how you make swordfish in agrodolce. But the flavors that come from the ocean and the ocean around Sicily, for some reason, to me, it always remain magic. And even now, I live here in the United States, in the town of Los Angeles. I don't live close to the ocean, but there is something special that happens to me whenever I go by the beach or to the beach to take a walk with my wife or to just take a look at the view. The view of the ocean fills me with a sense of completeness. I'm going to show you to make scallops with red pepper and zucchini cream sauce. But this is a special recipe. You know why? It got me out of the doghouse. Let me show you. Let me show you to make the sauce. So let's send in an explorer to make sure that we got it as hot as we want it. I would say the explorer has convinced me. So here we go first with the zucchini. No salt, no pepper in the zucchini. Why? The salt makes the zucchini sweat. In meeting with the hot oil, it will splatter everywhere. Together with the zucchini, we add the red pepper that I've also diced nicely. Why? Sometimes when you cook, you're in the process of painting something. And I think that colors are just as important as flavors. You cannot have something that is beautiful to look at and taste horrible, or something that it tastes terrible and it looks beautiful, or even worse than that, something that has no flavor whatsoever. There's plenty of flavor in here. The zucchini, as they're cooking and picking up a lovely brown crust underneath, and now I go here with my mixture of spices. The fresh herb that I like to add is mint. Mint is very powerful. So be gentle and don't use too much because mint could completely overtake the flavoring. Now, I want you to stir everything around. The mint is a very Sicilian herb. In my opinion, it's happy, it's joyful. It promises things full of smiles. Is it so? In my head it is. And in my head I guess it works. But I absolutely love what the mint does in terms of the aroma that it brings into the dish, but also the flavor. Next thing we're going to do, a little bit of chopped onions. It could be white or red, whatever you put your hands on. Red I put in because they remind me of Sicily. It is at this point that I also like to add the garlic. So one of the things that you're gonna notice is that the garlic that I add is chopped. It's chopped because I want a quick sauce that you can do a la minute. And this is something that really fascinates me a great deal. In the making of sauces, there's the traditional way of making a sauce, which requires, a straining, a reducing, nothing wrong with that. And then there are some sauces that you can make in the pan quickly and really impart an enormous amount of flavor. This is one of those sauces. But where is the flavor coming from? And the first thing I'm going to do is go with a pinch of the brown sugar. Why the brown sugar versus the white sugar? Sicilians, we love to have a fight between the salt and the sweet. We do in our desserts, we do in our dishes. The reason why I prefer the brown sugar is because of the presence of the molasses. The molasses is like an extra free ingredient. Just to go on the sure side, we got to put the yang. And the yang in this particular case is salt. One little bit of the here and one little bit of there. Sea salt is the best kind of salt to use. Now, the aroma, I can already see in my own head how this is going to taste, and it's splendid. One quick deglaze of wine, and the reason why we want to use the wine is because we want to pick up the brown bits at the bottom of the pan. This is basically truth for every kind of pan sauce that you make. So watch this as the wine reduces. The last two ingredients, chicken stock and a touch of whipping cream, heavy whipping cream. Now you want to reduce the heat down to a simmer, and you want to let the cream and the stock reduce briefly. While the sauce reduces, let me show you how to cook the scallop. The seasoning that I put on the scallop is very unique. It's not an Italian seasoning. It's something actually that I learned here as I became passionate about American barbecue. It's more of a rub. Equal parts of salt, pepper, brown sugar, paprika, onion powder, garlic powder. One of the great things that I want to do is to create a beautiful brown searing top. The sugar helps enormously. As it connects together with the oil underneath, the sugar solidifies and crusts up. But as it does, it connects to itself everything. The juices that are transferring upward from the scallop, which are trying to escape because of the heat, the salt, the pepper, the paprika, the onion powder, the garlic powder, suddenly all these little tiny details that just seem to be names that you saw on a list have a purpose, have a reason. And as they do what they do, they create magic. Let me show you what the magic is as I turn the scallop. Look at this, the perfect searing. And this is what I love. A scallop to be tasting just right, it has to be perfectly crusted, exactly like this. Now the same thing is happening underneath. And that's exactly what I'm looking to do. So a scallop's this size, how long would you like to cook it for? I would say don't cook it any more than, at this heat, because I'm going on very high heat, don't cook any more than 1.5 minutes per side. I would say our scallop is ready to go. I'm gonna turn off the heat. I'm gonna turn off the heat from underneath the sauce. And now let me show you how to plate it. This is designed for all of you who, like me, fail from time to time in understanding what it is that our wife will say. She says, "Did you hear anything I said?" I think I did, but apparently I didn't. So first and foremost, you gotta go with a spectacular sauce like this. But this sauce alone will not help you. You need something else that will bring you out of the pain or trouble. And there she is, a beautiful scallop. This in itself is spectacular. Yes, this is an appetizer, but this is the one thing that opens the conversation with a smile. And this is how you make scallops with a red pepper and zucchini cream sauce. The Northern California Ocean and the Sicilian Ocean are two different kinds of oceans, and they speak completely different language. Sicily is quiet, blue, romantic for as far as you can see, this hot sand, the white sand. The Northern California coast instead is full of fury, and it's full of wind, and it's full of sounds, and you see these beautiful waves just smashing against these rocks on the side of it. And what should incite fear? Instead, in me, within this whole chaos, I find my center. Do you know how to cook calamari? This is your lucky day. Let me show you how to make a dish made with calamari and garbanzo beans. Come on, let me show you how to make it. Most people don't know how to cook calamari. So I found that an old technique, a Sicilian-style technique of just wrapping them with a little bit of flavored breadcrumbs really makes them pop. But for the calamari to have a great flavor of their own, they also have to be married with interesting flavors. And here's the beginning of a fantastic, fantastic sauce and a combination of flavors that will elevate it to a height as you've never seen before. First thing that I like to do is to add the garlic. The garlic is cut nice and thick. You know me in Sicilian style, I like thick garlic. The olive oil itself will become ultimately part of the flavoring as well. Let's go into with our ingredients. First, we're gonna put a little bit of pepper flakes. Why? Well, we really don't have to. My wife says, do you have to do this all the time? I say, honey, a little bit of spice. And that's the reason why I do it. If you are too sensitive to spice, then don't place it. Together with that, a little bit of onions, and we've chosen red onions. You could do with white onions if you wanted to. Even green onions, as a matter of fact, will make this dish very interesting. Fresh fennel coming next. This is extremely important. Why? You cannot do this with any dry ingredient. Everything here has to be fresh. Everything in here has the spirit of Sicily. And what I find spectacular about the fennel is that even after it's cooked, it maintains this spectacular freshness. When you bite into it, you smell Sicily, you taste the ocean. It's got nothing to do with the ocean fennel itself, but in my memory, all the dishes that are connected to fish in one form or another have fennel in there. So what am I trying to do here? It's starting out as if it's a sauce, but what I want is a series of elements that pop together. Here's the sun-dried tomatoes, and the sun-dried tomatoes is giving us acidity, sweetness all in one. And the concentration of flavor that's brought forth by the sun-dried tomatoes are spectacular. If you're a Sicilian, you know that black olives, it's our middle name. What I've done, I've used Kalamata olives, I've taken the pit out, this is extremely important. Lemon zest. Lemon zest is a secret, it's a beauty. Lemon zest is a fascination that I have with all these elements of the oils trapped within the zest of the lemon, which are now shared into this. This zest, as it cooks, it was also going to have a texture of its own that's going to add to the bite. Mind you, I've designed this dish more as an appetizer than it is as a main course, but you can enlarge the quantities, especially on the amount of calamari that you use, and making them much bigger. Now, what's coming next is my secret. What's my secret? First and foremost, we have to have basil and mint. Why is this important? Mint, in my opinion, has a wonderful flavor that made it extremely well with fish. But be careful, because the mint, if you add too much, will completely overtake the dish. So when you follow your instincts, be attentive to that. Brown sugar, why is this important right now? There's an enormous amount of salt right now in there with our wonderful olives. And what we're trying to do here is create a bit of a yin and yang with this artistic combination of flavor, the sweetness, the saltiness. And just to make sure that we have a little bit of the yin and the yang, I always like, at least at this stage, to add a little bit of salt to make sure that the composition of this is complete. The next thing that we're going to do is we are going to add a little bit of lemon. And what the lemon is doing for me is bringing out the complement of flavoring that already was laid out by the lemon zest. And then we go with garbanzo beans. In Sicily, we call this ceci. Here's a little bit of white wine. Now, what I'm about to do next is a trick that you're going to love. More often than not, even in fish dishes, I add chicken stock. But I put it in my head that this had to be a pure fish dish. So there is an enormous amount of flavor in there already, and I want to elongate the sauce just a little bit, and I do it with a little bit of water. Once I add the water, I stir things around lovingly like this. Then I'm going to move this sauce to the back burner, and I'm going to show you exactly how to cook the calamari the perfect way. The oil seems to be nice and hot. Let's test it with one of the calamari. Oh yeah, here we go. Now, are you seeing how the calamari are plumping up right here, right now? This is truly what you're looking for. Now, you see, those are the breadcrumbs that are browning, and those breadcrumbs have one last bit of treatment. This is the Nixolino magic rub. Onion powder, garlic powder, salt, pepper, brown sugar, paprika. Why is this important? This is going to coat the outside of the calamari. It's going to hug the breadcrumbs that we have in there. It's going to give an explosion of flavor. The calamari are ready, so let's move this one right here. We're putting the sauce back on the heat, and I want to cook him in the sauce for a few more moments. So what you do, you lower the heat on the sauce, you bring it down to a simmer, and let the calamari cook in there for about 3 to 4 minutes, and then we'll be ready to plate it. I don't know, I guess I find my Sicilian soul. This dish that for so long has been away from my reality has found a way inside with a new interpretation from me, and I think this is what's beautiful about cooking. I hope that my recipes inspire you not only to repeat what I do, but to find your own version. And this is how you make calamari with sun-dried tomatoes and garbanzo beans. I think that in the end, no matter where we're born, no matter what part of the world we come from, we bring with us the ability to combine all these experiences and make them ours. So, is this a Sicilian tradition? Is this an American tradition? I don't know, but filtered through me, it tastes beautiful. There's nothing more beautiful than being in the kitchen and being happy. That's the greatest thing there is.
That's perfect. Scallops and zucchini and red pepper cream sauce.
Scallops with zucchini and red pepper sauce. Let's do this. Red pepper sauce?
Cream sauce.
Scallops.
Easy. Yeah, I think it's just and action next.
Scallops with zucchini and red pepper cream sauce. Che bellezza! Che bontà! What beauty! What great taste! Join me into my kitchen because today we're going to make chicken scaloppini with mushroom and marsala. So simple, so good. Chicken scaloppini with mortadella cream sauce. A simple recipe, yet very elegant. Chicken scaloppini with radicchio and gorgonzola. I love gorgonzola. This is an episode you do not want to miss. Why? Because there is a story in this episode about me chasing the chickens. Come for the recipes. Stay for the story. For most of you who have watched my show over the years, by now you know that I am slightly vain. I like my clothes, I like to dress well, I have a love for Italian fashion, but the truth is that I am this far away from working in the wheat fields of Sicily. So I have it very clear in my mind that a huge amount of delusion is involved in this image that I have of myself, and I try to keep myself in check by reminding myself who I am and where I come from. And some of the most incredible moments that I have is remembering what it felt like in my youth going to the farm and hanging around with my grandma. Chicken scaloppini with mushroom and marsala. Hey, I gotta tell you, every time I think about this dish, it reminds me of my old days at the farm with my grandma. First thing you need to learn how to do is how to cut the chicken to make the scallopini. I like to cut it roughly in same slices, which we're going to pound into scallopini. But the one thing that you need to do is be careful when you pound. So let me show you exactly what I do. This is a tool that you're going to love. Why? One of the biggest problems that I had pounding the chicken, I was slips all over the place. The technique is that as you see the chicken expanding, you can pull down and pull through. This combination sandwich in between two pieces of plastic is basically protecting you. And as it protects you, it gives you the ability to see exactly what you're looking at without having to worry how the chicken is slipping and sliding all over the board. Now, we have the pieces that I would like to go ahead and cook, but before we cook them, the one thing that I want to do is to flavor and flour them. What I have in here is what I refer to as the NYX Magic Rub. This is a mixture in equal parts of salt, pepper, brown sugar, onion powder, garlic powder, paprika. When it comes to the flour, be gentle. You just want to lightly coat it. And then before we cook it, you need to shake off the extra flour. If you don't shake off the extra flour, this flour will fall in the oil as we cook it and it will burn. So there you are. Every time you deal with raw chicken, the most important thing that you do before you move on to anything else involving the recipe is to clean your tools and your hands. And now, we're ready to cook these. In the making of the scallopini, you need to know when the oil is hot. And how do you do it, especially when you're using a pan like this that has a black bottom? Here's a piece of mushroom. I place it in here, and what this mushroom is going to do for us is going to tell us when the oil is hot enough to sear the scallopini. Why? Why is this important? More often than not, people make mistakes by actually putting the scallopini into the cold oil, and they ask themselves, what is this going to come to temperature? And as you can see, the mushroom is starting to show the fact that it's nice and hot, there's a bit of bubbling going around, and at this point you count down to 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, I know, it feels like I'm in Houston and we're putting on a missile up in the sky. You ready? Here we go. Remember one thing, when you lay down the scallopini, always lay them so that the tip of it pushes away from you. You notice that if I was to let it go, it would splash the oil over there. Why is this important? It is important because many times I did not pay attention to my own advice, and instead the oil splashed over me. So now this is a particularly good sized scallopini. I'm going to do the same thing, and off it goes on the other side. You can take the mushroom now, it's giving the proof. You can hear the sound, and here we go. I'll let the scallopini cook until they're brown on one side. As we turn them, you see some of the brown points that we picked up on the outside. These are very important because they give us a sense that the meat is searing exactly the way we want it. Why is this important? As you can see, the scallopini, in spite of the fact that I pounded them in 10, right now they're plumping up. The searing on one side is forcing all the juices, all the water inside the scallopini, trying to go to the other side. Within the same context of what's happening right now, you see them plump up because now we're searing the bottom of it. But remember, we're not cooking them all the way through, so at this point, it would not be safe for you to actually take the scallopini out and eat them. You want to cook them for a total amount of a few minutes, anywhere between 5 and 6, but some of that time has to be inside the sauce. So the high heat is giving us exactly what we want. At this point, it's good enough for me, and I do two things. Turn off the heat underneath, and I move the scallopini to a clean dish. There's too much oil in there to make the sauce. The sauce will be a bit greasy. So one of the things that I like to do, I like to lift the pan and pour most of the oil here on the inside. Now, one of the things that I want to show you is, you see all these brown bits in here? Most people will look at them and says, oh my gosh, it's a problem. That's not a problem. This is flavor for us. So we input about a tablespoon and a half of oil back into the pan. We wait for this oil to get nice and hot, and then we'll proceed with the beginning of the making of the sauce. This is known as a pan sauce. The oil is getting nice and hot, and here's when we start introducing our mushrooms. What mushroom should you use? You can use any kind of mushrooms you want. These beach mushrooms are the one that I love. Why? First, they have the shape of a tiny mushroom. They look like comic book mushrooms. And I discovered them lately. They're mostly used in Asian cuisines, but in my opinion, are a fantastic asset to this dish. You just want to let them go. Together, I'm also going to put some shiitake mushrooms, which are sliced nice and thick. As the mushrooms are cooking, they're also getting connected to the flavors left behind by the chicken. What's important about a pan sauce, and what is a pan sauce? One of the things that I want to do is to show you how simple it is to make great dishes. And great dishes do not require classical sauces that take many, many hours for reduction, clearing, degreasing. I showed you to do that, you know how. But this is something fun that you can make for your family, for your friends, with ingredients that you find in your local supermarkets. Techniques as easy as 1, 2, 3. So let me walk you through this point. Here, we want to ensure that our good friends are sauteing nicely. Look at the coloring that we're starting to pick up. This coloring that we have right here, this is flavor. But this flavor is going to go somewhere else. It's a mixture I have of paprika, onion powder, garlic powder, salt, pepper, and believe it or not, brown sugar. Well, salt and pepper is the easiest way. So if you do salt and pepper, you're doing nothing wrong. But what these elements do have is what I refer to as the constant struggle between yin and yang. It's been, for me, extremely successful, and I would like to show you how wonderful this is. The coloring that we have on them is splendid. And now we go with a little bit of chopped onion. And when I say a little bit, we just want to have a tiny amount like this. And you can use shallots if you want to, instead of white onion. But I feel the white onions are perfect. You see how fine I cut them? I want them to melt into the sauce, almost in a way in which you will not see them. You've always seen me cook with garlic that I slice nice and thick. But when you're cooking with something like this on high heat, fast and quick, then what you want to do is to chop the garlic. The garlic will cook within a matter of a few moments. But also, as it does that, it puts out a flavor into this very base of the sauce, which is fantastic. This is parsley, but you can use any kind of fresh herbs. This is really the base from our sauce. But how do we go from these dry mushrooms, and how do we turn this mushroom combo into a sauce? And here is where it becomes beautiful. Marsala wine. Marsala wine is a sweet Sicilian wine, mostly used for an after-dinner drink. What we're doing in this particular case, two things. We're stirring very aggressively to dislodge the brown bits that have gotten caught up at the bottom of the pan. Next thing we do is chicken stock. We're gonna bring this to a boil again, and as it reaches a boil, we're gonna reinsert the chicken scallopini into the sauce. You want to keep them in here at this point on medium heat. Why? It's a gentle reheating of the scallopini. The temperature is going to go through all the way. The scallopini are absorbing some of the sauce, and you see on the coloring they're picking up. The chicken scallopini pretty much gotten to where I want them to go. Let's now take them out. And here comes the magic. I'm going to lower the heat a little bit more. And now I'm going to emulsify the butter into the sauce. Our only thickener in this sauce is the butter. All that you need to do is just butter. Look at this. The butter alone, look at the thickness that this has as it comes down. Just splendid, beautiful, fantastic. That's it. The sauce is made. Scallopini are ready. Let me show you how to plate it. The Marsala, by the way, for me is a memory of Sicily. I know that. It's me going back in time. To me, it's a revival of a recipe that is as old as the world, as far as I'm concerned. Something that was quite popular in my house. But the thing that really I wanted to do, the great exercise that I wanted to put into place, is to show you what easy is to make some wonderful, simple dishes with common ingredients that you find at the supermarket. When it comes to cooking, the most important thing is not how expensive the ingredients are. The most beautiful thing when you cook is the passion that you have. Dear friends, and this is how you make scallopini with a mushroom and marsala sauce. I remember this adventure that I had with this one chicken that I wanted to hug. I don't know what got into my head, but I needed to hug this chicken. Don't know why. Somehow I felt that I needed to hug him. And this chicken knew that I always wanted to hug him, even when my grandma was coming for feeding. So in spite of the fact that my grandma was putting the food out and all the chickens would come in, this one was always on the edge, looking at me, not so sure that he wanted to come in. This one time I decided to make my attack. I said, you know what? I've been hanging around here for months now. I want to hug you. I never get to hold you. And I went straight for the chicken. chicken scallopini with a mortadella cream sauce. A unique recipe as you've never seen before. Let me show you how to make it. There's a little bit of trick I showed you before. Why is it so important for us to have the oil so hot? I told you before, I would like to repeat it again. It's important that in the first injection of the scallopini into the oil, sear the outside of it. By searing the outside, we can ensure that all the juices will stay on the inside. I think this sucker is pretty much ready to go, so here we go. Now watch the technique again, because this is extremely important. We're shaking off the extra flour, and we basically putting down the scallopini so that as I let it go, the tip of them pushes away from me. Once they get into the pan, you want to let them go. There you are. You're getting some of the coloring that we want. Now, let it go for a few moments on the other side. Just to give you an idea so that you can frame yourself, I go by looking at the color of the scallopini. On the average, at this temperature, you need no more than 2.5 minutes per side for the scallopini to get their initial sear. And the initial sear is the best and most important part. At this point, always use a clean tray to put the scallopini back. You do not want to mix them with any of the juices from the chicken breast when they were raw that might have leaked behind. I find this to be extremely important. Now, there is too much oil for us to make the sauce. So one of the things that we need to do is to transfer this oil to a bowl. Now, we still need to put some of the oil back in the pan. Not all of it, just a little bit. So here we go with about a tablespoon and a half. The oil itself is full of flavor. Start the heat again. Only this time we put it about medium. And now we start to add the ingredients. So the first things that I want to do is things that create the base for the sauce. So here we go with white onions, nicely chopped. A touch of red pepper, just because I'm Sicilian and I like spice. Garlic that I cut thickly. Why? I love the flavor. We're gonna let the sauce cook for a while, and this garlic will melt right into it. So when you bite into it, it will be as if you're biting into a cream of garlic, and it's a wonderful experience to have in your mouth. But I also like to have something sweet to go along with it. So here we are with a little bit of red pepper. You could do green pepper, you could do yellow pepper. It doesn't have to be red. Red happens to be my favorite color, so I put it in there. And now, the mortadella. We got to talk about this. What is mortadella? Mortadella is bologna. Hey, you think, you're making a sauce with bologna. Mortadella is, in Italian, mortaio della carne, which was the big piece of wood where this meat in the old days used to be chopped and beaten down and turned into mousse-like consistency that was then reinserted into what we refer as the insaccato. Whenever you put an outer skin so that the ground meat will season on the inside, like we do for salami, like we do for many other deli meats, the mortadella was the most popular. It comes from the town of Bologna. So what I have done, and for those of you that have access to either an Italian deli or any deli in any supermarket, when you buy it, do ask him to give it to you the thickness of your finger. So it's about a half an inch, 3/4 of an inch. It's a single slice, and then you take the single slice and you cut them in dice like this. Why is this important? I love the dicing that the mortadella has when this takes place, but also in the cooking process, it adds an enormous amount of flavor. But right now, the flavor is in the surface. The flavor is in the onion. The flavor is in the red peppers. How do we bring the flavor back into the sauce? And what I'm about to do next is one of the most important things. White wine, Sauvignon Blanc, I will propose. Now, watch the color of the wine. Look and take a look at what's happening right now. And you see the coloring of the wine changing. It goes to a deep, wonderful sauce-like brownish finish. These are the brown bits that were stuck at the bottom of the pan, which have been rehabilitated and inserted. Now, the wine is almost reaching the glaze-like texture that we like. And it's at this point that the next addition is extremely important. And here we go. Chicken stock. And together with the chicken stock, a little bit of whipping cream. It is at this point that we want to reinsert the scallopini in the pan. And that's how we do it. We want to finish the cooking of the scallopini in the pan. People say, Nick, now we have the scallopini. I would say at this point, no more than 3 minutes. We already cook them 2 to 3 minutes per side before. And this is the last final. You don't want to boil it. You want to have it on medium heat. And this is exactly what we're looking for. The scallopini have cooked for the right time. Let's take them out right now. Put them back in the tray. And we're going to finish the sauce, and it will not take that long. First thing is to add some softened butter to thicken the sauce. And I also like to lower the heat now to medium-low. Notice how the cream has already reduced almost to the consistency that we want, and I love it. And at this point, there is another addition that I like to make into the sauce, and that is parsley. We are done. The sauce is ready. The scallopini are ready. Now, let me show you how to plate them. All right, here we are for our presentation. We layer them one on top of each other. Once my wife asked me, say, Nick, how'd you come up with this idea? And I said to my wife, honey, I did it because I don't want to do always the same thing. And this was something where I was trying to bring some of the flavors that I love, mortadella being one of my favorite lunch meats, into the making of scallopini and still do it elegantly. Do it in a way in which it would mean something, which it would give a personality. And there it is, there you are. And this is how you make chicken scallopini with a creamy mortadella sauce. I mean, I'm telling you, you think chickens don't move. Let me tell you, they run, they fly. It took me forever. I remember running, I was barefooted into the fields after the chicken. And it just rained a few days before, and I did not see it. And as I was chasing after the chicken, pa-boom, splash, pop, my face. I remember getting up, wiping the mud on my face and looking at the chicken, it was looking at me. And in perfect Venetian dialect was saying to me, ma tu sei proprio un cretino, eh? Which means, you're a real dummy. Chicken scallopini with radicchio e gorgonzola. Why? I love gorgonzola. Let me show you how to make it. Now, we have the chicken scallopini, pieces that I would like to go ahead and cook, so here we go. Now, let me teach you the making of the sauce. Now, we're gonna start with a medium heat. It's very important that you don't go with high blasting heat because you're gonna burn the ingredients. So, the first thing that we're gonna do is adding our favorite, which is the garlic. This will keep the vampires away. The next thing that I like to do, onion. The garlic and onion combo is gonna really give a base to what we have. Keep in mind that the brown bits at the bottom is what we're trying to capture here. The next addition, I mean, it's not typical, but if you're Sicilian like me, life does not make any sense without red pepper flakes. Now, what I'm doing with the spoon, I'm helping as much as possible for the onion to pick up the brown bits, and you can see the change of color that the onions have at this point. Next thing, I have some brown pancetta. We're gonna add the brown pancetta. And together with the pancetta, I like to add some green peas. They can be fresh, they can be frozen, they both work very, very well. Now, it's an expansion of flavors that we want to have. So we go with some parsley and thyme. Thyme to me is essential in the sauce because it really opens it up. It's at this point that we add a secret weapon, brandy. How come brandy? And why not wine? Well, I use wine for everything. Brandy has the pretentiousness almost of a continental sauce. Something that you would see in a fancy kitchen. But still, it's a sauce, a pan sauce, we're making for chicken. It's very simple. And one of the things that you need to embrace is that life is full of opportunities where most people always go for the most expensive things, the most complicated things, and the beauty truly is not in the most expense or the most of complication. Is in being able to find within the context of simplicity, beauty, art, flavor, and joy. And this to me is a sauce that is resplendent in that particular undertaking. Now, it's the other ingredients, chicken stock. And together with the chicken stock, a little bit of whipping cream. Now, it is at this point that I want to bring this to a vivacious simmer, I would like to say. We got the gentle, vivacious roll that I was looking for, and now we add our chicken scallopini, and we want for them to finish cooking in the sauce. Fantastic. The scallopini are ready. Now take the scallopini and I'll let them rest in their own tray. And the next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna finish the sauce. The sauce requires 2 additions. Here is the radicchio, fresh radicchio, which I just chopped up. I like to almost cube it, but it doesn't make a big difference because it will let itself go into the sauce and it will soften up. And then there is the addition of the gorgonzola. Now at this point, arm yourself with patience. Do not be in a rush. Why is the radicchio so incredibly important? And why is the gorgonzola so important? And why is it that we add it at this point? There are 2 schools of thoughts. One is that you add the radicchio at the beginning and you flash it up a little bit on high heat. You give it a little bit of browning on the outside, trying to bring out the flavor. But what I like about the radicchio is the taste that it has. Amarostico. Amarostico means a little bit on the tart side. I like to keep it unchecked. And I like to add it at the end so it still maintains its presence. My mom said that to me once, you finally made me scallopini that come with their own salad in the sauce. I thought it was very funny. And in a certain way it is. You've also noticed right now that all the pieces of gorgonzola have completely melted into the sauce. And we're pretty much ready to go where we want to go. One last addition. And this is something that I carry with me from making sauces for so many years. A little bit of butter. And we're gonna let this melt into the sauce. The sauce is now finished cooking. It's ready, scallopini are ready. I'm ready to go and plate it. Just because I love this cheese, I'm gonna add some more. And now the last thing that I want to do is turn off the heat. Stir it until the cheese completely melts into the sauce. And then the last thing that I wanna do is, perfect. The sauce is ready, scallopini is ready. We're ready to plate. This is a particularly dear recipe to me because it was one of those times when my mom and dad thought that I really had it going on. I did not start life professionally speaking as a chef, and this was one of those dishes that I wanted to impress my parents with. And I think the thing that impressed my mom is my ability to develop a sauce that would have a series of elements to it, but also a flavor that would be unique. And that's a point of pride for a Stellino. I remember my mom, every time she would serve something, to make a big deal with the sauce. I guess I'm carrying the same tradition. Well, I mean, every once in a while we get to see our dreams realized, and this I guess is exactly what I always wanted. And this is how you make scallopini di pollo with brandied radicchio and gorgonzola sauce. To this very day, every time I think about chicken, I can see the face of the chicken looking at me, totally covered with mud, getting up, and as I look up at all these chickens now looking at me, making fun of me. But the thing I like the most is, I still like running through the fields, feeling free, going after something. So, the way I interpret the story is that maybe this chicken was just trying to teach me how beautiful it is in life to just go for it. Whatever it is that you had in mind, whatever your dreams are. Why should it happen to somebody else? Why can't it happen to you? So, maybe the chicken was trying to teach me something. I could have done without the mud bath, though. Yeah, I could have done without that.
Yes,
I'll sell it to you.
breast, a way to transform chicken into a delectable...
I'll sell it to you guys. I'm gonna take a new thing. I saw a show on Fox. I'm gonna do it for you. You ready?
Everybody quiet. Action, Nick.
Chicken breast stuffed with something. Eat it. Shut up. Don't change the channel.
I'd rather get that one. That's for sure.
The most beautiful thing about cooking is smiling. Come with me in the kitchen. Today, I'm going to show you how to make picchio bacchio con sato, a very quick, fast sauce that is made without cooking. Sicilian salad with shrimp and calamari, an old-school dish reinterpreted. And we end with shrimp salad with cannellini beans. It tastes like paradise. I'm also going to share with you the story of how I learned how to play football. Go for the recipes. Stay for the story. It must have been about a week before I came to America. My friends took me out to see a movie. If I remember the name, The Longest Yard, a wonderful movie about a guy who ends up in jail and he plays football. But the thing is, I've never seen the game of football. In Sicily, we call it football, but it's soccer. I never played football, nor did we know what it was. It was kind of a mysterious thing of these guys that put on the science fiction uniforms to play this game. But when I saw this game played at the movie, within the context of this movie, the first thing that I asked my friends is that the game? You get to hit somebody like that? And they go, oh yeah. And I go, wow, America, here I am. My goal is to teach you a salad that you can bring to the next time you get together with your friends to watch a Sunday football game. And what is that? Picchio pacchio consato. Let me show you how to make it. I cannot tell you how happy I am to show you my creation, Picchio pacchio consato. I mean, really, somebody was to tell you, hey, we're going for dinner tonight. You were to tell them, Picchio pacchio consato. You would make these people go, what are you talking about? And you're right. What are you talking about? Picchio pacchio. What is that? Let's start with that. Picchio pacchio is a typical Sicilian sauce. Actually, it's a Palermo sauce that refers to a very quick, fast sauce that is made without cooking. Consato. Consato also comes from the Sicilian dialect. Consare means to prepare something elegantly, to add something special to it. So in this case, there's almost a dichotomy of verses because we're using a very simple recipe to create a very elegant salad. But me, instead of talking this much, let me show you exactly what I have in mind. The first thing that we're going to do, we're going to add to the bottom of our bowl a little bit of chopped garlic. To the chopped garlic, we're going to put a little bit of salt. Sea salt is what I prefer. A little bit of pepper. And then let's go with the mixture of all the other herbs. We go with a little bit of basil, fresh basil. You could also add mint if you want it, but in this particular case, I want to go Sicilian style and use an herb that fresh is seldom seen, and this is freshly chopped oregano that has an aroma of its own. This, we're going to add now a little bit of white onions. So in a certain way, as you can see, I'm flowing through and I'm putting all the ingredients in here, which are the common ingredients you're accustomed to see in just about every sauce that I taught you in the past, even soups. Then we cannot forget a little bit of red pepper flakes. I have to stop because if I continue, I'm gonna make myself happy, but my wife will tell me right there and then, what are you, crazy? And I do not want to have that moment. Now, my tool. I want to mix all this together because we're going to add the other elements to this which are totally unexpected. This is pancetta. What is pancetta, by the way? People ask me, say, Nick, I love it, it tastes fantastic. Pancetta is pork belly. Pancetta is different from bacon because unlike bacon, pancetta is layered with an enormous amount of spices. There's garlic. In some parts of Italy, they put oregano. In some parts of Italy, they put onion powder, garlic powder, paprika. And by the time the pancetta really has aged for the time that brings it to its flavor, all of these flavors have penetrated not only from the skin down to the layer below, but down deep into the fat. So even the fat of the pancetta has flavor. Now, this portion of what we're doing right here is portion of the process that I call consato, which is prepped up. Why is this prepped up? You'll see in just a moment why. These are Italian peeled tomatoes. If you can find San Marzano, it would be great. San Marzano is the best kind. San Marzano is not a brand, by the way. So if you see a can that says San Marzano, that's not what I'm telling you to do. San Marzano is the type of tomatoes. They come from an area near Naples. And what I've done, I have drained them, as you can see here, and I basically mush them into a pulp. This pulp is going to be our best friend. Now, why am I doing this? When you make this at home in the old-fashioned way of making the picchio pacchio, this would be made early in the morning before people would go to work. And to this, the next thing that I'm going to add is some of the juice that was left over. This is the juice in which the tomatoes were packed. Why is this important? It does two things. First, it allows me to elongate the mixture. And I always like to keep it handy because I might need to add some more later on if I want to keep this loose. But look at this. The sauce is not cooking. Look at what an incredible color it does have. Mamma mia, spettacolare. You see me add the salt and pepper. This is a little bit of brown sugar. Why the brown sugar? What does it do? How come it's so important? Why am I using it? Well, the brown sugar is part of this whole new concept that I've gotten involved in myself, and is the concept of yin and yang, where two opposite forces ultimately create something unique. Now, keep in mind, this is something that when you make it at home, you want to let it sit for a few hours as a salad before you bring it out and serve it to your friends. You can serve it right away if you want to, but if you let it sit for a few hours, all of these flavors blossom, they open up. It's a beautiful spectacle of nature. Now, here's an addition that you are not expecting, nor have you ever seen before. Those are cooked shrimp. You can do anything with the shrimp. You can just add the shrimps, which are basic boiled shrimp, or you can actually take the shrimp, you can grill it, whatever flavoring that you want, let it cool off, and once the shrimp is cool, you add it to this mixture. And here comes the one thing that's gonna make you go wild. Let's talk about this, because it's something that you do not commonly see. In the old days, this pasta salad was made with regular pasta, and it could be anything from ziti, penne rigate, but I chose something different. And the reason why I chose something different is because I wanted to have even a further pop-up flavor. So what we have in here is a collection of tortellini, and I have different types of tortellini. I have tortellini with prosciutto and mozzarella dentro, and I have spinach tortellini. It's the color that I'm going after, also the consistency. Now, look what happens as I add them in. Now, these tortellini I have cooked ahead of time. What makes it interesting is that once I drained them, as soon as they cooled off, I added to these tortellini some extra virgin olive oil as I stored them in the refrigerator before I brought them to room temperature to make them part of the salad. We have this incredible flavor from the pancetta, this little bit of croccantino. What is a croccantino? Something that you can crunch into and has this fabulous explosive flavor. Then we have the boiled shrimp, and then each piece of this pasta, in this particular case, a wonderful tortellini, are filled some with cheese, some with prosciutto and mozzarella. Every bite that you take has something different added to it, but we're not done. This is a very important addition. Extra virgin olive oil to maintain it nice and loose. The last addition that I like to make is a massive amount of basil. Basil is one of the most fragrant and fabulous fresh herbs that I know. At this point, only one small addition I like to make. This is Parmesan cheese. However, if it wasn't for the fact I'm going to be sharing this with my wife, I would be putting Romano cheese. As you know, I'm a Romano cheese sufferer. What does it mean? It means that in my house, Romano cheese is not welcome. So I always make a portion for my wife, one for me, so that I can have some Romano cheese. Mamma mia, this thing is bellissima. How can you make pasta like this and not be happy? You know, pasta makes you smile. A pasta salad like this will make you smile forever. And now, we're ready to play. In plating, I like to use a spoon that gives you command, and a stainless steel spoon, a white stainless steel spoon, is the best way. Now watch this, because if you're gonna serve a salad, you also wanna put layers of flavors in there. So I just added a little bit more Parmesan cheese. What does it do? It increases the enjoyment with every bite that you take. Look at this, mamma mia che bellezza. Now remind you, this is not a portion for one. This is a big, good amount. This is quite a big plate that we have in here. You bring this to the table, you see people going crazy over this. And this is how you make picchio pacchio con sato. The first thing that I did when I stepped out of the plane, I asked if I would like to play football. And the coach was one of the people on the welcoming committee. It was me and a bunch of other foreign students that were joining. Said, have you ever played? Maybe you should consider soccer. No. I don't like soccer. I want to play football. I want to put the helmet, I want the shoulder pads, I want to hit people. The guy looked at me and says, well, you're built for it. You're big enough. You look like you got enough muscles on you. You just need to learn how to play the game. Yeah, well, it took me a while to learn the game. And especially it took me a while to learn how to put the equipment on. Sicilian salad with shrimp and calamari, a unique combination of flavor that will make you famous next time you bring this salad to your next sporting event, watching a football game on Sunday. Come on, let me show you how to make it. Mamma mia, this salad came together as a combination of many Sicilian salads that I've done in the past and in my youth, but I was challenged once when I was asked by some friends to come and join them for a football game. It was a Sunday at their house. I said, just bring something. And I'm thinking everybody's going to be bringing hot dogs, and they're going to be bringing this, they're going to bring in that. I figure a salad like this, I've never seen before. So I brought the best of Sicily to them. Let me share it with you on how to make it. There's a lot of interesting combos to it. The first thing that you want to do when you make the salad is to make the dressing. So we start with a little bit of orange juice. This is brown sugar. Why am I adding brown sugar? Because together with brown sugar, I'm going to be adding some salt and then a little bit of my special magic rub. Now, we already put this on top of the shrimp and the calamari. All that I have in there, equal parts of salt, sea salt always, pepper, black pepper, onion powder, garlic powder, paprika, and brown sugar. This is even less than a quarter of a teaspoon. At this point, we add the vinegar. Because of the fact that I don't want the vinegar to color the other ingredients, I've used a white vinegar, but you could use very easily a balsamic vinegar. And by the way, I think I've seen in commerce here in the United States, a white balsamic vinegar still maintains the density of the vinegar that is the balsamic vinegar, but has a whitish color to it, and it's got a fantastic, powerful flavor. At this point, I want to mix all the ingredients together, and then we're going to create the emulsion. And the emulsion is done by adding gently into it the olive oil. And as you add the olive oil, you want to mix all of it together until it thickens up a little bit, until all the flavors are there. It is at this point that I actually like to add my herbs. And what I like to do at this point is I'll add a little bit of the parsley. Now, if you want to make this even wilder, you could put a mixture of parsley, chives, and mint. But the first time you do it, start from the very beginning and put into the simplest flavors that prove themselves to be so better a company to anything else that you could put together. Now it's time for us to actually assemble the salad. And the salad is made of many, many different ingredients. Now, the shrimp and calamari, we have treated in a unique way. What we've done when we cooked them, we added a little bit of the Nixtellino rub. Why is this so important? This rub is not Sicilian at all. Actually, it's a complete departure from Sicilian tradition. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a new discovery that I had in connecting to the dishes and the flavor and how to spike up the flavor and bring it to another higher dimension. Then I cooked in very hot olive oil. Why? What does it do? How does it advance? We could simply boil them if you wanted to, but boil is such a simple flavor. In this particular case, instead, you have these flavors on the outside of it that created a wonderful crust impacted with all these nuances. And especially the calamari, which are plum top, are going to be your biggest surprise. To this, we add the oranges. You can cut the oranges any way you want. I just wanted to be a little bit fancy, and I did what's commonly known as la suprême d'orange. It's something that I totally love hearing and saying. This is fresh fennel. I sliced it, chopped it. I wanted to have a bite. I wanted to make sure that when you bite into it, you can actually feel it. Why? I don't know if you've ever had fresh fennel before, but there is a freshness to it. It's almost like a licorice in a certain way, and it opens up your palate. It makes me smile. Why does it do that? I do not know, but the fennel in just about anything that I use it in reminds me of Sicily and always brings a smile on. Then here is something else that you did not expect, and those are black olives. You can use green olives if you want to. To these black olives, I've done something extremely important. Let's talk about it. There is no pit. Traditionally, this salad is made with the olives with the pit in it. I don't like it. I made mistakes before. I bit into the pit, and let me tell you, it is not good. Plus, it hurts a lot. This is feta cheese. You can also use goat cheese if you want, but I find the feta reflects into this combination a lot better. It really has a spike and a flavor of its own. At this point, if you wanted to, you could serve the salad, but that is not what I like. I have created a chiffonade of iceberg lettuce. Why? The crispiness of the iceberg lettuce mixed with all these other ingredients creates, in my opinion, a wonderful interaction of colors. At this point, if you wanted to, you can take two metal instruments and mix this together. But as I said, there's nothing more beautiful than your hands. And in this process, what you do, you get to mix them together, and the other thing that you get to do, you get to see how they interact in the flow of all this. And look how gorgeous it is. I mean, every time you'll take a bite out of this, you will taste everything that we placed in there. I think I could use a little bit more salad. And this is splendid. At this point, the one thing that you want to do is bring it to the table and plate it as fancy as you can. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take a moment and I'm going to show you exactly how to plate it. right? Here we go. I build the bottom with the salad because you're gonna cut right through it as the elements of the shrimp, the calamari, will make you want to keep going and going. There's the elements of the oranges on top of it. And then some more shrimp and some more calamari. This is an ocean-like salad that has the flavoring of a steak. Well, maybe I'm exaggerating calling it a steak, but the symbolism of the fullness that it will give you, and at the same time, of all the flavors that are mixed in this, that each of them has their own unique personality that makes this splendid. If I was you, I'd take a little extra moment just to make sure that it looks spectacular, beautiful, the way that you want it. As usual, if you're me, you splatter a little bit, so I take care of this. It is at this point that I always love to do a little bit of the Stellino special rub on it, a little bit of sea salt and a little bit of pepper. I like to do this together. Enough. And the last touch that nobody expects, especially on fish, is a little bit of Parmigiano Reggiano. Now, this is a salad that by itself is an homage to Sicily, but it has an enormous amount of techniques that are used in bringing out a selection of flavors which are totally unexpected, and yet when they meet, they are spectacular. The calamari, the plumpiness that has now developed and how it's cooked in the olive oil, the freshness of the shrimp that mixes together with the oranges and the salad, the chiffonade that will at the same time crackle and melt under your bite. And all the flavoring that we have with the mixed cheeses, not only the feta cheese that we added, but the Parmesan cheese that we placed on top, the salt and the pepper. Each bite that you will take is a layers of flavors. It's an adventure. And this is how you make Sicilian salad with shrimp and calamari. I went to the equipment room and I was left alone to choose equipment. Now, mind you, this is 1975. Armani, who was a great clothing designer, and made a big, huge splash in Italy by designing these suits with big, huge stuffed shoulders. So the way I look at it is, it doesn't matter that it's a uniform. If you're gonna play, you gotta look good. But I saw the shoulder pads that made my shoulder particularly big, actually 3 times bigger than what they were. I remember the pants, everybody was wearing these very tight pants. I wanted my pants nice and big, and there was something called the cup. I did not believe in the cup. Well, that changed very quickly after the first time I went down the field, but that's another story all to itself. I remember finally stepping down into the field, the boys were already practicing, passing the ball, kicking, moving around, and for a moment, the whole field stopped and looked at me. In my head, I thought I was the handsomest football player who ever existed. Delusion is a great thing. Shrimp salad with cannellini beans. What is this? This is something you're gonna love me forever. This is the salad you're gonna bring to your next family get-together, and everybody's going to love you. Come on, let me show you how to make it. I find that seafood salads, when handled right, they really bring out an astonishing flavor. They're easy to digest and they're fun. And especially for you at home in summertime, you want to be next to a hot stove, you know, cooking from day to night. This is something that you can basically do with ingredients already bought at the supermarket in techniques as simple as 1, 2, 3. Let me guide you through it, because the most important thing about the salad, of all things, is the making of the dressing. And we always start with a little bit of lemon juice, freshly squeezed lemon juice. Don't give me any of the stuff that comes out of a bottle. If it is, don't count on me showing up for dinner. I'm not coming. Brown sugar into the tartness of the lemon is gonna have a beautiful balance, a little bit of sea salt, a little bit of black pepper, and now here comes the part that I love the most. With the lemon already in there, here we go with the olive oil, and we want to emulsify this into the making of the dressing. See? It is at this point that we want to add the ingredients, and these ingredients are fantastic. Green peppers. Why? Green peppers, when cut small like this, the same way in which I cut the red peppers, have a crunchiness to them. One of the things that I like when I bite into a salad is not only these wonderful flavors, but also the texture of the food that I have. Beans. You can use any kind of beans you want. White navy beans will work great, but these are drained cannellini beans, which are typical Italian. Now, what we've done, we have drained this. Why do we add them so early into the process? Into the dressing right now, what the beans are doing, are picking up a fantastic flavor of their own. The bean has kind of a neutral flavor, but when you add all these other flavors into it, it picks up a personality that's totally unique. The next thing that we're going to do is add the fresh fennel. Now, watch the way in which I cut this fresh fennel. I even cut the fronds of the fennel. I find that the leaves of the fresh fennel are so loaded with flavor. And it's a flavor that's very Southern Italian, specifically Sicilian. At this point now, we're going to add the shrimp. The shrimp you can buy at the supermarket already cooked if you want, or you can basically boil it yourself. If you want to add a unique and different taste to the boiled shrimp, what you can do is a bit of a trickery that I discovered by mistake. Once I opened the wrong pot that I had in the refrigerator. For whatever reason, I thought that it was a pot that had some basic condiments, put it to boil. Next to it, I put a pot of water for the shrimp. Somehow I made a mistake, and instead of cooking the shrimp in the water, I cooked the shrimp into chicken stock. And let me tell you, it has a unique, wonderful flavor because it absorbs that too. Well, a technique that I would like to tell you is Sicilian, but it's not. I learned it here in America. I'm going to put some of my special rub. The amount that I'm putting for all of this, it's less than a quarter of a teaspoon. But it's like a layering of flavor. It's like a flavor layer that connects to all these ingredients already in the pan, and it gives you a presence of something different. Now, the next thing that we are going to do is another addition of cheese. And what we have in cheese here is feta cheese, which is just splendid. It has a saltiness to it and a very earthy feeling to it. Now, you've seen me before talking so enthusiastically about this. These are chives. Why am I adding chives to this? Why am I getting so excited about it? Chives, is it because they're green, they bring color? No. The one thing that chives do have is a slight hint of onion. As a matter of fact, in Italian, we call chives erba cipollina, which means the grass that tastes like onion. And the last thing is the addition of the mint. Mint is a very Sicilian fresh flavor, but be careful. As I said before, if you put too much mint, remember it could go a little bit to the other side. Now, the salad is beautiful exactly as it is right here, right now, but I have one more thing that I would like to add, and you're going to love this. This is a chiffonade that I made with iceberg lettuce. You could also make the chiffonade if you wanted to with some heart of romaine. That's another type of salad that's even a sturdier structure that would work well, but you have to cut it as a chiffonade. You want it to be something that easily melts and it finds itself within it. The salad is ready. Now, let me show you how to plate it. To me, something else has happened with the salad, something even more spectacular. As I make it, I reconnect with this past. I remind myself who I am, where I'm from. And I also marvel at the ability that I have, not because of superior intelligence, but because of this experience that I had culinarily here in the United States, where we get so many inputs from all over the world. And this is how you make shrimp salad with cannellini beans. The first time I got hit in the field, I got hit so hard, I think the shoulder pad spun around me like the blades of an helicopter. But I loved that game. I loved the game more than I can explain. So to me, football is more than just a sport. To me, football is a religion. And when it came to life, I think that football in many ways shaped the way in which I think. I look back and I see these ridiculous scenes of myself with an helmet that was too big, with the shoulder pads that were too wide. But I think it was at that moment that I chose a path that brought me to this point. And what's it got to do with cooking, you may say? Well, like everyone else in the kitchen, occasionally, I fail. At the beginning of my career, I fell a heck of a lot more. But it is the discipline that football put into me in which everything is possible. What are you going to do to find what it is that you've done wrong? How can you improve? This willingness to go and you can be better. And in the end, I would say that I play football when I cook. Only I don't hit anybody. I'm always smiling. And if it's Sunday, I got a glass of wine in one of my hands. I love football.
Big smile. All right. Alright, we're doing the mussel soup with brandy and saffron. What do you think? Think Vincenzo, but this is your take on it because you're throwing in that brandy.
Mussel soup with?
Brandy and saffron.
Okay.
And
Posture. You're sinking into yourself.
there it is. Oh, there it is. And action.
Mussel soup with... What is it called again? Mussel soup with the...
Soup with brandy and saffron.
You got it. The happiest moment I've ever had is cooking in my kitchen. Follow me. Today, we're gonna make mussel soup with brandy and saffron, inspired by my father, and yet turn around with my own inspiration. Lentil soup with sausages, an old Italian soup reinterpreted by me. Butternut squash soup with cannellini beans and ham. Oh, mamma mia. And today, let me show you why soup is good for the soul. Come for the recipes. Stay for the story. When the time came, finally, for me to attempt the making of soup, I did it as a duty, not as a passion. The making of a soup, to me, was putting these vegetables that were boiled and then added and then in the broth and what is the flavor. And then I started to think that a soup, if you start to think of it as a sauce, it can have a dimension all of its own. Mussel soup with brandy and saffron. I would like to tell you this is all me. I invented it. No. Actually, it's a derivation from an idea originally generated by my dad. And I think he would be very proud if he could see what I've done with this recipe today. Let me show you how to make it. In the oil, we're just gonna start adding some nice garlic. You know, garlic in every one of my recipes is a present essence. A little bit of red pepper flakes. And you're gonna let the garlic brown for just a couple of moments. When you brown it, just toss it around, just like this. As soon as you see that the oil is starting to lick the garlic with a little bit of color, just a hint of it, then we go with the other ingredients. Celery, carrots. All that I ask is when you do this at home that you chop them as fine as I do, because I want them to disappear into the soup, and a little bit of onions. This is known as a sofrito, a mirepoix. The next addition is something that none of you is accustomed to see. This is not typical Italian, but it's chopped bacon. And I like to add it like this because first it's going to disappear into the base of the sauce, as we have it right here. And second, it's going to bring out a flavor that is astonishing. I'm going to lower the heat now to medium. I'm going to let this cook for a few minutes. This, to me, is the most important part. Why? We want to create a base that will give an infrastructure for this tower of flavor to be built upon. Our sofrito with the garlic, with the bacon, is the base of what we want to do. But the true addition of what we are going to do is going to be our mussels. And here we go with our mussels. We are going to cook these mussels in the pan, and there are two purposes in what it is that we're doing, and you need to recognize them exactly for what they are. We want for the mussels to release the water which is inside. It's inside the shell, and you know that the mussels are ready as soon as they start opening up. If in your process of cooking you notice that the mussels do not open up, those mussels are no good. You got to get rid of them. Now, why is it that I'm putting the mussels now instead of putting it at the end? And there is a very important reason for this to happen. But before I tell you, let me do another small addition here. Brandy. Once you have the brandy, as you can see, the mussels are starting to open. And we're going to do this until all the mussels do open. Now, let me continue with what I was teaching you. Why is it important that we add the mussels now versus at the end? Is because I want for all the flavors that are from the ocean to imbue with all the flavors that we put from the earth. the bacon, the celery, the onion, the garlic. At one point, I'm going to take the mussels out and I'm going to reinsert them in the soup later. Why is this? Mussels, believe it or not, are fairly delicate. Once they open up, they have a range, I would say, of about 3 to 5 minutes at most, where they move from perfectly done to overly cooked and almost chewy like rubber. You want to avoid that texture. So as soon as you see them opening, as I see some of them right now, you want to start taking them out because you will use these mussels again in the soup later. And as you do it, make sure that you let the juice drop back into the base for the soup. Some will open quicker than others. Do not be in a rush. Let them go at it. There's always a couple of resilient rascals that just do not want to cooperate. So what do you do? Let me show you. A little bit of chicken stock. By the way, this will taste even more like the ocean if you were to use fish stock. It's not that easy to find fish stock at the supermarket, but if you're like me and you make it for yourself, it makes all of this taste even better. At this point, we had enough heat to know what stays with us and what goes away. So I don't like the fact that this guy's not opening the way that I want to. So, away in exile. Now, let's add some potatoes. I cut this potato in a very small 1/4-inch dice. If you do the quartering of the potatoes ahead of time, I need to share with you something very important. What is that? Potatoes, if you cut them the day before, you put them in a container, you seal the container, they will turn brown. It's just the way it is. Once they're exposed to the air, after you peel them, the coat of protection is gone. They change color. So to maintain the whiteness of the potatoes, as we've done in this particular case, what I want you guys to do is, if you do it the day before, to put it in a container, cover the potatoes with water, and then seal it. The potatoes will stay a lot better. Now, this is saffron. Watch. At this point, most of you will be surprised and say, what's a small piece of nothing going to do? It's going to infuse this with a flavor that's beyond believable, but also is going to give a base to the soup that is to the other side. And yellow is the color that saffron imparts to the food that is added to. Just finished with the chicken stock, and now we're gonna add a little cream, and we're gonna bring this to a boil, and then we're gonna let it simmer for a few moments. I think that my father would be proud. He would not approve of the brandy, though. He was old-fashioned when he came to this. He would only put wine. The biggest variation that he would do to it, he would actually use sparkling wine. Now that we reached the boil, I want to bring it down to a simmer, and in the process of the simmer, I'm going to be adding the mussels back in the soup, so the soup picks up the flavor all the way through. Not only you have all the flavors, which is the base that we created with the onion, the garlic, the celery, and even the bacon, but now there is this wonderful presence, both of the brandy and the essence of the ocean that come from the mussels. So let's bring these guys back into the soup. Once you add the mussels, you don't want to take any more than 4 or 5 minutes on a simmer. But what you want to do, you want to make sure that these mussels are reincorporating into the soup the flavor. We're going to give this another couple of moments, and then we'll be ready. The soup is perfect. The soup is ready. And now, we're ready to play. Father Vincenzo, I think, would be pretty proud of the developments that I have shown over the years, but this soup is something that I always think of him when I see it. There are certain moments in life that are splendid. One of them is to see this soup going straight into the mussel, just like this. I can smell it from here as I'm holding it. The soup has a little bit of the ocean, has a little bit of the land, but more than that, it has the presence of my dad. This is not a soup. This is a time machine. A time machine that gets me connected to my past. And in the past, I find my present. In this present, I find the variation of all these things that I learned from those who were taught me, specifically my dad in this case, Vincenzo, Vinny as we used to call him. And the soup is a small accomplishment, not only because he taught it to me, but also because the way in which the soup is, the flavors that I can already perceive. And you do not need to be a master chef to be excellent as this, because what the soup does have, first and foremost, is soul. Soul, in so many ways. And this is how you make mussel soup with saffron and brandy. And the most important thing is that you start with the soffritto. The soffritto, which is the triumvirate, carrots, onion, celery. This is the building block of the flavors that ultimately takes the soup wherever you want to take it. Then the addition of the wine, and it could be a regular dry wine like a Sauvignon Blanc or a Chardonnay, a softer side, but I'm also using Marsala, I'm using sherry, and suddenly you start to see all the small openings on how the soup starts to pick up a direction, and while they may start the same way, they start to veer to the right, they start to veer to the left, and you bring in the potatoes as a thickener, and then you bring the broccoli as another alternative of flavor, and then you insert the cheese, and then you let them cook slowly, and that's the most important part. If you're in a rush when you make a soup, you're gonna wait. Lentil soup with sausages, or as we call it in Sicily, zuppa di lenticchie con le salsicce. Don't worry about that. You will never be able to say it as fast as I did. Even I had difficulty. The soup is the kind of soup that just fills the day with joy. Why? There's sausage, there is lentils, there is tomatoes in it. It's perfect. Let me show you how to make it. Salsicce e lenticchie. Sausage and lentils are two ingredients that go wonderful together. More often than not, is used as an entree, where the lentils are braised to the perfection that they're supposed to be braised at. The sausages are grilled, placed on top of the lentils, and brought over. Sometimes you can braise them together. And then I said to myself, Stellino, you're a genius. Okay, when I talk to myself, I always pay myself compliment. It's good for you, especially when you're alone. You should do that often. And I said to myself, how about we turn sausages and lentils into a soup? You might ask yourself, Nick, what did you do that for? I just had barbecued some sausages for the party the night before, and a bunch of sausages left over. I say, how can I reuse the sausages and make it even better than they were before? And I came up with the soup. First, as always, we add the garlic, nice and thick, as I have it. In spite of the fact that I have a spicy sausage that I will use for this, I like to add a little bit of red pepper flakes. And now we're going to wait until the oil gets nice and hot and the garlic picks up some color. As the garlic starts to pick up some color and starts to jump around in the hot oil, first thing that we add will be a little bit of onions, celery, and carrots. This very basic soffritto is at the base of everything that you see me do that has an aromatic finish to it. In this particular case, what you notice is that I am almost exaggerated by really shredding them down to the finest possible size. Why do I do that? Is it extremely important? No, it isn't. But I would like for this part of the recipe to almost disappear, meaning that you will taste the flavor of it, you will taste the contribution of it, but you don't necessarily need to taste or bite into it. So remember, just because I do it this way doesn't mean that you cannot change. Now here we go with a little something that's going to make you surprised, a little bit of brown sugar. Why? I bought into this concept of the yin and yang. And since much of the ingredients that we're going to add are going to be on the salty side, I find that just a pinch of brown sugar gives me the yin and yang reaction that I'm looking forward to. And now we go with the sausages. These are sausages that I basically barbecued last night. I put them together, I cut them into cubes. If you don't have any leftover sausage, what? You cannot make the soup? Not at all. Look, if you do not have leftover sausage, don't feel as if you cannot do this. This is great to be done with leftover, but it's just as good to be done with fresh sausage. What kind of sausage can you use? As far as I'm concerned, there's only one kind of sausage, and the sausage is Italian sausage. Every other sausage, that's not a sausage. No, it's not true. I remind myself of one of these characters in the Hollywood movies. Every time they play an Italian who was so passionate about food that only recognizes the food that his mom made. Mamma mia, l'aroma, ma che bellezza! And by the way, If you know any Italian songs, this is the time you want to sing them. Next thing we do, a little bit of deglazing. White wine. Seen this technique before. As I go with the white wine, let's keep stirring. We want the brown bits that are caught at the bottom of the pan to be reintroduced once again into the sauce. And you will notice how the white wine is darkening its color. These are all the juices that have been reincorporated into the base of the soup. As this is reducing, the next thing that we're going to do, we are going to go at it with our lentils. Now, lentils, I want you to think of them as little potatoes. They're not potatoes, of course. But what they do two things. As they cook into the soup, and really, lentils cook fairly quick. Within 30 to 40 minutes, you have a complete cooking process for the lentils. But they also give substance. They give body to the soup. Now, talking about substance and body, beef stock. You could use chicken stock if you want to, but I think beef stock in this particular flow is much, much better. Let's stir this around. The last addition that we're gonna make is tomato sauce. You can do my tomato sauce, your tomato sauce, or you can just buy it at the store. We're going to bring this to a boil. So once you reach the boil, it's mandatory in my mind that you reduce it down to a simmer, and especially when working with lentils, let it simmer for a good 20 to 30 minutes. The soup was reduced to perfection, and now we're ready to plate it. Now, you will understand why I'm crazy about this soup. Soup is not just nutrition. Soup is, in my opinion, something that feeds the soul, especially on those cold nights when you just want something to go your way. You know what? My life is no different than yours. Some days are great, and some days, well, I could do without. The soup to me is splendid, but I want to show you one last tidbit. What we have in here is a little bit of ricotta, and as you eat into the soup, it will spread as if it was cream. There's something beautiful about feeling alive, feeling that the food that you make is so beautiful, so gorgeous, it tastes so great. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how you make soup with lentils and sausage. And one of the things that I've learned is also to top the soup with a little bit of cheeses or crumbled bacon or sauteed carrots or whatever comes to my mind. And suddenly the soup becomes to me this painting. Who knew I could paint? And look at this. Who knew I could actually make a soup? But there's something more important about the making of a soup that came to me later. It's the sense of comfort. It's the sense of this food that warms your soul, warms your heart. And as you can feel all this wonderful taste to it, it might be cold outside, maybe it's raining, and there's nothing better than a plate of soup. Butternut squash soup with cannellini beans and ham. This soup is the kind of soup that makes you feel great inside. As a matter of fact, next time you feel sad, this is the kind of soup you want to eat. Come on, let me show you how to make it. In the pan, I've already placed some of my favorite olive oil. To this, we're going to add the garlic. As usual, I have the garlic nice and thick because I want these pieces of garlic, when you bite into them, to be totally cooked, brown, maybe a little bit soft on the inside and moving on across the papillas of your tongue as if it was a cream. And that's what I look out of it. The oil is starting to heat up the garlic. Now, we're adding a little bit of red pepper flakes for a little bit of heat. The garlic has started to cook. It's gonna pick up a nice browning. While the garlic is sauteing in the pan, we add a little bit of onions. Together with the onions, we go with the second part of the triumvirate, the power of il soffritto, also known as mirepoix in French cooking. And this is celery, finely chopped celery that I added to it. And together with the celery, we go with the carrot, treated the same way. What does it mean to add layers of flavor? Flavor is an addition of ingredients that you let bloom into the base of the soup, and they open up, expanding even further the reach of flavors that they have. Now, with the sofrito, this is typical. It's something that you do for just about anything that's either a classical sauce or a classical soup. But here comes an interesting portion of it all now. We have in my hand some sage, fresh sage, which I have finely chopped. And I'm going to add it right now. Why? I'm going to add some on top of the soup at the end. But right now, what I like to do is for this to kind of meld into these ingredients and to open up, to blossom its flavor into a whole new dimension. While this is cooking, I'm already calculating my next move, and here it comes. This is going to surprise you, but you've seen me use it often. It's a wonderful, stable base. This is chopped bacon, and you can use any kind of bacon, but chop is extremely important because you want for this bacon to melt into the base and melt ultimately into the soup. As the mirepoix is cooking and picking up all the flavors, it's time for us to build another layer of flavors, which is ham. Now, this ham is basic ham, and you do not see a package like this at the store. So what I've done, I've gone to the supermarket, they have a deli in my supermarket, and I asked for a single slice of ham, about the thickness of my finger, so you can tell them 3/4 of an inch, and then I cut it in small dice. Why? First, I like the decoration that this gives, but also I like to add the ham at this point cut into this way so that it spreads the flavor that is typical of the ham, which combining now with the bacon and with the sofrito underneath is going to open up another avenue of flavor. This is like a road that we're taking together. Now we go with our main ingredient, butternut squash. What are you noticing about this butternut squash? Let me show you. Cut in small dice. Why? I want to give this a very rustic look, and I want for the butternut squash to cook fairly quickly. And also I like the way in which the butternut squash looks like on the spoon, and the smaller pieces are more pleasing to me. Now we go with a splash of white wine. Once we get to the white wine, increase the heat just briefly and stir. We want to pick up the brown bits that are trapped at the bottom of the pan. In spite of the fact that this is a non-stick pan, you will see how as the wine reduces, it darkens up in color. Those are the juices that are reinserted into this dish. Then we go with an addition of chicken stock. There is another addition that I'm about to execute that I would like to explain first. We are going to use cannellini beans. I got a thing for cannellini, so I cannot tell you it's traditional, it's the way it should be. I love cannellini. And what we have done, we've taken the cannellini beans, putting into a small food processor, and basically process them down to a mush, a cream. But what I want to do to this soup is, without articulating too many steps, is also to thicken it up. But keep this in mind. What we have done in this fashion, we have exposed the flesh of the beans. Why am I referring to beans as flesh? Not only their protein, but they're going to be picking up all the flavors that are in there and carrying them through, maintaining this wonderful thickness and creaminess to the soup, which is essential to what we do. You want to add enough to create texture, but not so much that you make it so thick that it looks like a pudding. This that we're doing next is just a matter of getting it even creamier, and that's by adding some whipping cream, but not so much, just enough to cloud the soup. And we're going to bring this to a boil, and then we're going to let it simmer for a few moments. Now, this is the kind of soup that puts you in a good mood. First, you already know what it's going to taste like by looking at it. Second, there's the addition now that's Parmesan cheese. You can add pecorino if you want to, but I think I agree with my wife in this matter. Parmigiano Reggiano is a far better cheese, nicely grated. We're now going to add it to the soup. But first, I want to do one thing, turn off the heat altogether. Here we go. Watch the cheese melt into. To me, this is the best part of it all. And look already the consistency, nice and cheesy. Oh my gosh, this is so splendid. Every bite, it's a promise. Every bite is a bit of satisfaction. That's it. The soup is ready. It looks fantastic. And now we're ready to plate it. The Artistry of Soup is a book that I will write one day. Next to pasta is one of my favorite meals. And what I love about the fact that soup is more than just a meal. Soup is something that comforts the soul. This particular soup is an evolvement of everything that I learned from my parents with a lot of personality of my own, and truly is a small little masterpiece. And this is something that brings me back to my past, connects my present, and puts a huge smile on my face. And this is how you make butternut squash soup with cannellini beans and ham. So, soup can be an opener to a dinner. Soup can be a moment by yourself on a cold day inside the house, reheated in a small bowl. Soup can be something that you share with your loved one on a romantic night, antecedent to the food that will follow. Soup is anything you want it to be. But the beautiful thing about soup is that if you paint it just right, soup, just like life, is beautiful. Okay, sure. I'll do it by word.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And big smile at the camera, and action.
And today we're going to discuss, did I do a...
You totally did, that was really nice, Nick.
What is it again I'm talking about?
Today we're talking about is soup really good for the soul? Some of the recipes stay for the soup.
Welcome into my kitchen. I am so happy because I get to share with you some of my greatest recipes. Today, we are going to make lobster stock. Something that's easy to make just using the lobster shells and turn it into pasta with lobster sauce. Something that I would call perfect. The langoustine sliders. And we end with white chocolate pudding. Mamma mia. And today, we're going to discuss how the Stellino family was attacked by a giant lobster in their kitchen. Come for the recipes. Stay for the story. I am 60 years old. So the story to make sense, you have to place it about 53 years ago. I just turned 7. My brother was 5.5. My father on this one Sunday brought a whole box of fish. There were clams, mussels, and there was this creature that none of us had ever seen. The creature was all covered with seaweed that had been placed on top of it to keep it fresh. I remember my father lifting the creature, showing it to my mom, and the first thing that I noticed was a tail that went back and forth, and claws that kept clipping like this. And my mom looking at my dad and saying, Vincenzino, ma che cos'è sta cosa? Meaning, little Vinny. My mom always called my dad little Vinny. Said, little Vinny, what is this thing? And my father, una ragosta! È una ragosta! Which in Italian, aragosta means lobster. And my mom says, hey, how do you cook this? In a pot of water in which we cook the pasta, the same pot, we cook the aragosta, and it will cook. It turns red. It becomes red afterwards. And when it's red, it's finished. My mom looked at my dad looked at my mom, and the pot was already boiling because we're about to have Sunday pasta. And she took the aragosta, and she placed it in the pot. Why am I smiling? Because I'm about to make a wonderful dish with lobster. And you're lucky. I'm going to show you how to make lobster stock, and I'm going to show you how to make this wonderful lobster sauce for pasta. Are you ready? Let me show you how to make it. It's very easy these days to make your own lobster stock. All you need to do is find a store that will sell you a lobster. They will cook it for you as well. They'll crack it open, so by the time you bring it home, all that you need to worry about is to clean the inside of the lobster, the head part of it, which I showed you how to do. Now, there's still a couple of things that we need to do because we want to use these shells to make the stock, and I want to show you exactly how. So in here we have the whole lobster that has been cracked in half already, and I want you to see it on the other side because this is the most important part. So at this point what I want to do is to crack the shell for good and one lobster goes this way, the other piece goes the other way. And then very attentively, what I want to do is to actually take out the lobster tail. Now, this is very important. This lobster is about 1.5 pounds, and as you can see, there is very little amount of meat that's left over in the tail after we're done with this process. It's just the way in which it is. So here we go with this part. Now, here we are with the rest of the body. What I like to do is to cut the shell in smaller pieces. So here we go, one piece like this. Here we go, one other piece like this. Make sure you use a nice knife and you guide it all the way through. So at this point, what I like to do is to place them into a bowl, and we'll continue with the other half of the lobster. Now, you notice that first I bring down the hand. Once I have the blade, then I push down. Do not do this unless you know where the tip of the knife is at. This is extremely important. A lot of people put themselves with the hand ahead of the knife, and they think they're gonna go and chop the lobster. This motion, very dangerous. Avoid it if you can. And here we go with the knuckle, and this part of it is gone. So this also, I will add to the bowl right in here. Now, what we have left is the knuckle meat. This requires some violence. Do not do it with a blade. Do it with the back of the knife. So the first thing that you do, you hit it right here. Once it's done, this piece right here is what comes out. And using a towel, because this will rip you apart, you want to snap it off and make sure that you take out this piece. Why the usage of the towel? I want you to see that the lobster has the spine built into it. If you go and grab it like this, it will cut you right into the skin. These are the things that you definitely want to avoid. So we have a piece of meat here on the inside, over here. Another piece over here, I'll put with the other meat. And we have other pieces of shell that we'll put back in the shell. We have one more. We have broken down the shell of the lobster, and now we're ready to make the stock. Let me show you how. One of the things that people are always afraid when it does come to making a lobster stock is that it's a very difficult recipe to make. Not at all. And I'll show you exactly how. The most important ingredients are the shells. Yes, the shells are full of life. They have the essence of the lobster. But we need to be able to bring this essence out and to create the stock, because the stock is the most important part of making the sauce. So let me show you how. We have the olive oil in there. To the olive oil, we're going to add first a little bit of garlic. I cut it thick, and then we're going to start what's known as the sofrito. The sofrito is made of carrots, finely chopped, of course, onions, celery, some sprigs of thyme, which is fantastic for the sauce. Thyme is my favorite spice, and a little bit of chopped bacon. Why? You're right. Why am I putting bacon inside a stock made for fish, crustaceans that is? I have found that there's something magical about chopped bacon, and I pretty much ended up using it in most of my sauces. What it does for me, it opens up a flavor that is completely unusual. And it marries well with everything, and it gives a base that's big and strong. And even though this is about lobster, this bacon will actually